Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's Speaker Brains with the most unprofessional music critics on the internet, Travis, Zach, and Josh. What's up, everybody? It is me and John with another Speaker Brains Retrospective. And this time
we are doing basically Gorillaz Revisited.
Yeah, it's been
Because
probably 4 years ago, me, Zach, and Josh did a Gorillaz Retrospective, and they've released, I think, 2 albums since then. And,
and not to mention the Song Machine.
yeah, working on their Song Machine project now, which I'm loving. Especially the first track, damn it, is it We Can Be So Much Better Than This or something like that? And
I forget which one comes first and which one comes second. I listened to them after we did that Lady Gaga episode the other day, and I totally agree with you. You know, I dug the hell out of those Song Machine tracks.
yeah, man. The one with the female singing, that one came out second. But man,
That was really good.
yeah, especially for like a long one. It was really good for a long one. But
Because the first one was reminding me of like not just Phase 1 and Phase 2 Gorillaz, but like the first album specifically.
yeah, man, because there was something about it, man, that had that early Gorillaz kind of sound to it. The guitar, it helped hearing a lot of guitar in there. I mean, we hardly have any guitar on Gorillaz after Demon Days, so that was kind of refreshing to hear.
And even the guitar on Demon Days, it's like he uses it as an accent in his more electronic and hip-hop tracks.
Yeah.
Like, it's like the strumming on Feel Good Inc. or the little accent stuff on the title track. You know, it's there, but the keys are definitely front and center from Demon Days onwards.
Yeah, hell yeah. So, how did you get into Gorillaz?
So, I think it's probably better that, I think you're probably right to have me go first, because I know your story is probably going to be long as fuck. Considering you've got almost 20 years of fandom in with these guys. So I, like every other person who lived through the 2000s, I heard Feel Good Inc. when it came out. I was a little too young to really hear Clint Eastwood when it was heavily a hit, you know?
Yeah.
Because, like, I was little when the first Gorillaz came out, and my parents were well into their late 30s, may even have been in their 40s by the time that dropped, so they didn't really get hip-hop. They still don't. So I didn't hear any of that. I heard all kinds of like leftover alternative rock from the 90s because they played our local alt station all the time. But I never heard anything with rap in it. And so like everybody else, I heard Feel Good Inc. and I don't think I really processed who it was, you know? Because I never saw the music video and whatnot. And then years later, when I became a fan of you guys' channel in like 2014, I think, you would always mention Gorillaz. And it was around that time I think I realized who Blur were, because there was another critic I was following this Russian guy who had been doing amateur reviews forever, and he really talked up a lot with Blur. And at some point I was like, oh yeah, Gorillaz is the guy from Blur. And yet I didn't get around to buying any of the albums until about summer 2016. I bought like most of Blur's 90s albums, and I was really digging them. I was about them, and I was like, I need to check out Gorillaz finally. So I did, and I think like October of 2016, I bought the first Gorillaz album, and then I loved it so much that a week later I bought Demon Days. Because, like, at that time in my life, I was looking for, I talked a little bit in the last episode about how, I was very much prog, classic rock, rock and metal up to about 2015, 2016. And, I had a lot of changes going on in my life in 2016. Like, I mentioned last video that the person I was with throughout most of my high school years, we broke up. My musical tastes shifted drastically. My parents actually split up. Was going through a lot of stuff at that time, and I guess I needed something that was different from anything I was listening to, and Gorillaz very much was that at that time. Like the Demon Days is the first album with rap on just about every track that I wound up loving. Because I just didn't do hip-hop for the longest time. And I don't think I ever said anything about it on the channel, but like I probably said some dumb-ass shit about hip-hop during my teenage years. I picked him up in 2016, right about the same time I was getting into the Flaming Lips, and I have been a fan of both bands ever.
Damn, we got you
That's
cutting out all crazy.
All my story.
You're kind of cutting out a little crazy.
Damn.
But it will be okay, because it ain't too bad, but... Oh, well... in fact, I'm just going to close out that and worry about that later. Yeah, so... That's crazy, man, because, like, it's different. Because, like you said, I got almost 20 years of following these motherfuckers. In a way, that's fun and cool, but it's also like you were lucky because, man, you didn't have to wait as long as I did for some of these albums to fucking drop. Because it was like, Jesus, hurry up and put something out, man. The wait was excruciating.
Yeah, they love their lengthy pauses.
Yeah, and I mean, you had a 4-year gap between the first two, and then a good 5-year wait.
5-year gap.
For the fucking Plastic Beach. And
then 7 years.
Yeah, 7 fucking years, man, before Humans. Like, fucking A, dude. That shit is crazy. But thankfully, in between then, they were doing, like, the D-sides and G-sides and shit like that, and the fall. So, like, you had little bits here and there, but, yeah, like, long motherfucking waits. But the way I first got into them was, one day, it wasn't too long, it was early 2001, and me and Zach were watching, I can't remember what, it might have been ESPN, but like they would do skateboarding videos earlier in the afternoon, and we were watching some skateboard videos, And then they straight up played the music video for Clint Eastwood. And I remember being like, damn, what is this? And Zach was like, oh, I've seen this. This is whatever, you know. But he was, how old was he, man? It was like, I might have just turned, I just turned like 15 at this point. So he was probably like 13 or so. And, this was at a point in our lives when, you know, we would talk shit about rap, but then go and listen to ICP, you know, and we would talk shit about rap, but listen to Limp Bizkit or something, you know, like, we were listening to shit that had hip-hop and rap in it, while at the same time talking shit about how we don't like hip-hop and rap. Stupid young kids, but I thought it was cool. Yeah, I was like, this is one interesting song. Because also, all I was listening to at that point was Primus and Ween and Guar, Marilyn Manson and Rammstein. Like, that was my go-to shit. And, so I was like, damn, this shit's got some good fucking rapper dude in it. The music is fucking cool. It's a cartoon. Like, there's nobody doing cartoon music videos and shit. And so we had just got the internet. Probably like, maybe we just had the internet about a year at this point. And so I'm looking around trying to do research, and that's when I find out, okay, it's the Blur guy. I'm like, alright, I remember fucking song 2. And then I'm reading, I'm like, oh shit, so it's like a cartoon band, like, that's fucking cool. So then, I didn't buy the album, well, I guess I'll get into that when we start talking about the album, but yeah, that's how I first heard them, and then right before I bought the album, there was one night on Cartoon Network, when they first test aired Adult Swim back in 2001, they had, for some reason, like that night, they had a music video block that night, and they played, it was like 3 or 4 music videos from that Daft Punk Discovery album, and then they played the 3 Gorillaz music videos up to that point, which was like, they played Clint Eastwood, and then Tomorrow Comes Today, and 2000. And so that was like, damn, these are some cool fucking songs. And so that's how I got into Gorillaz.
So we ready to talk about the first album?
Yeah, let's talk about the first album.
What I think is fascinating about the first album, and the way I found the first album, is that, like, even though I bought it 15 years after it came out, like, I went into this album mostly blind. Like, I had listened to Tomorrow Comes Today, which I always forget was a single.
Yeah.
I want to say, and I guess they wanted to have 5-4 be a single too, like to the point where it got to the point where Jamie Hewlett had drawn up a little animatic for what the music video would have looked like.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, they never did it. So I had only heard Tomorrow Comes Today, Clint Eastwood, and Rock the House. And so when you take the first Gorillaz out of the store, and in my case, you put the CD in your car, and Rehash starts playing.
Rehash is fucking awesome.
And you have these like this 90s trip hop bass, and this
with a smooth acoustic guitar.
Yeah, this sort of slightly stoned acoustic guitar. And Damon Albarn starts singing about she turned his dad on.
Oh, that's on 5-4.
Oh, that's
about
they always
bleed
together. He starts to sing about random shit
Yeah,
that
the
makes no
smooth
sense.
sensation.
Yeah, and it's like, what have I bought? And what I love about this album and because this is an album, like, this one took me a while to digest.
Yeah?
Like, Demon Days for me was like, it clicked immediately. Like, the first listen, I was like, I love this album. Gorillaz 1, like, it took me a minute to, like, wrap my head around the entire album, because it's a very scatterbrained kind of album. You know, you'll have trip-hop tracks, you'll have a badass skater hip-hop, you'll have a straight-up punk song.
Yeah, really good old-school style punk track. Just called punk.
Weird bass jam.
Yeah, double bass.
Stoned as fuck sounding acoustic jams where it's just Damon Albarn just singing weird repeated motifs with his voice. Sunshiny, bright, jaunty pop, and weird, aggressive, like, sample-heavy rockin' tracks, and it's a lot. It's very diverse.
Yeah.
And what I love about this album, and what I did not really realize until earlier last year, when I finally got my hands on the Deltron and Handsome Boy, first the Deltron 3030 album and the first Handsome Boy Modeling School record.
Yeah.
I did not realize, like, it didn't hit me that, like, this album doesn't feel like, looking back on this album, we all know, like, it's one of the most monumental things Damon Albarn's ever done. It's the beginning of a huge band. But, like, you look at it in the context of what the people around it were doing, and it comes off less like that and more like weird Damon Albarn side project from the early 2000s. Like, this could easily have been like Deltron 3030 or the Handsome Boy Modeling School.
Yeah.
Where it's something that music nerds like us know about and love, but most people aren't into it.
Yeah, it's crazy that this was such a mainstream success for that group of people, like Dan the Automator and Kid Koala. But while everything else they've done is still pretty damn underground. Like, more people, more people know about Dale the Funky Homo Sapien now, but definitely that's because of this album. But then I guarantee...
The crazy thing to me with Dell is, like, Dell is a dude who is, like, he has been given 3 separate opportunities to become a megastar, and each time he's like, no, I'll do my shit over here.
Which, totally, you gotta respect that.
I absolutely respect that, like, because, like, you have his debut where Ice Cube produced it, and that album is like G-Funk without the G.
Yeah.
Where it's just Dell, like, rapping about being a stoner in the Sunny Meadow, and, like, he does a little bit of his battle rap shit towards the end, but, like, mostly it's just sort of goofy early 90s stoner hip-hop, and I guess, like, there were some hits on it, and then it was successful. But then he went away, his ass got dropped by Elektra, and then he put out, I always forget what the album is called, but it has that song where it's like, you gotta wash your ass if you must.
Oh, yeah, is that, hell, it might be his second album, because I think I think
it's Both Sides of the Brain that have that, I want to say, like... The only one Dell albums I own are his debut and No Need for Alarm.
Yeah, okay. So I have No Need for Alarm, and I have the Funk the funk or the golden era, which combines his 3 albums, Funk Man, Automatic Static, and Ain't Illegal Yet or something like that. And
Yeah.
but then I've also got his Deltron and his collaboration with Tame One that is really damn good.
Yeah, and it's like it's wild because like and then like the next year you have Clint Eastwood, and Clint Eastwood is like it's crazy to me that like Clint Eastwood almost wasn't even Clint Eastwood.
Yeah, the original, every alternate version of that song I've ever heard, I can't stand.
Because it's like when we get to G sides, we'll obviously talk more about this. But like the Phi Live Cipher, they did an outtake. I think it's the Sounder that they're on, and they're okay on the Sounder, but they suck on the original version of Clint Eastwood.
Yeah, man, I am not a fan of any of the alternate versions of that song, which you gotta like, because like you said, it almost didn't happen. Like, fucking Automator knew who Dell was and said, why don't
They
you...
had worked together
Yeah.
before.
And seriously, because Dell's on some Handsome Boy stuff. Fucking Dell is on the Deltron. You know, that's Automator and Kid Koala. Like, those guys are
David Albarn's on Deltron.
Yeah, like, they're like a tight-knit group of dudes. And that's one of the... That is a suggestion that will go down in history as one of the greatest musical moves of all time, because that song, you could easily say that song would not have been the massive hit without Dell on there.
Oh, absolutely not.
Yeah, because his rap flow and his lyrics are just obscure and stream of consciousness enough for the mainstream, and just easy enough to rap along to. You know what I mean? Like, the flow is great. It's easy to sing with or rap along with. And that matching the real catchy kind of reggae thing that is happening in the song, the weird kind of like circusy beat, boom, dun, dun, boom, dun, like, for some reason it mixes so well. Every other version I've heard with somebody else is rapping on there just does not work at all.
And I hate that, like, he's never toured with them aside from that one time where he, like, almost died because he fell off the stage.
Yeah. And so it sucks that, like, you can't necessarily get a full rendition of this song. I've seen them do this song live with other people rapping on it, and
doesn't work.
Does not fucking work. But man, when I bought this album, dude, it was, God, man, it was a fucked up time. I bought it the Saturday after 9/11.
God damn.
Yeah. And the day before, that Friday, a buddy of ours killed himself. And
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And so that Saturday morning, my dad and I went out to go, like, I don't know, buy some shoes and shit and all this, and I saw the Gorillaz album. Sadly, at the Walmart, I was not thinking about it.
Oh no.
Yeah, but luckily...
Oh no.
Luckily...
I mean, thankfully, there's like 2 swears on that album.
Yeah, seriously. And it's only on... The only song that they cut is when he says motherfucker on the Clint Eastwood. Like, on Shake Your Ass or whatever the fuck, Rock the House, like, all that's still there.
That's hilarious. Like I have never understood how they decided what to edit back in the day. Like,
still don't understand it.
Why is fuck something you have to get rid of, but ass crack is okay? Like, what?
Seriously. So I got it, And when I realized, oh fuck, it's edited, man. Why did I buy this at Walmart? I was like, fuck it. And to tell you the truth, it was, I didn't buy the unedited version until around 2010.
Wow.
Yeah, because I was just so used to hearing that version, because I was like, there isn't much different. I was like, whatever. But I finally bought it at FYE probably around 2010, maybe 2011 at the latest. And what I realized was, I swear, Clint Eastwood feels longer on the unedited version. Like that jam rings out a whole lot longer. And I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. But yeah, when I bought the album, all that was going on, all right, and it was a fucked up time for all of us mentally, and so
I can imagine.
That night we stayed the night, that Saturday night we stayed over at Matt's house, fucking
An old Too Tall.
Yeah, old Too Tall, because we always would. His parents were always just in their bedroom and never came out, so everybody could come over there and do whatever we wanted to do. So we were there fucking smoking weed and playing video games, and fucking we had the CD player out on the porch and we were listening to the album, and I remember being like, man, I don't know if I like this all that much, because it was like, I liked Rehash and 5/4, but I was like, it sounds so different. But man, we listened to that album over and over that whole fucking night, and the more I listened to it, the more I was like digging it, and fucking then it hit me. I was like, this is some amazing shit, and like it straight up changed my musical life. Like at that time, all I cared about was Rammstein and Marilyn Manson and Primus and Ween, you know, and so I had never heard anything like this before. That I knew about reggae music, you know, and I knew about hip-hop, but I didn't know hip-hop could be so interesting. Because you got to think about what other hip-hop was popular at that time. Like, I might have liked some rap songs. I liked some Outkast songs, but, you know, didn't care to buy the albums. But you got to think about, man, this was when...
You and Zach came of age at, like... Rap was not in a good place.
It damn sure wasn't. It was Ja Rule, man. Like, that shit was popular at that point, and I fucking hated it. Probably the only decent rap to me on the radio at that point was Eminem, but still wasn't too massive on him. I was like just not into it. So I never knew that hip hop could be this interesting and different, and not talking about booties and bitches and shit. I was like, there is something happening on this album that is really, really changing me. Cause fucking, but now, man, but I played this album out for years. I would play it when I cleaned. I would play it when I went to bed. All the fucking time. And, I mean, fuck, like you said, Rehash starts, and I love fucking, there is not a single song on here I don't really love. You know, the only song on here that I don't get into all that much is Rock the House, because it's kind of lame coming after hearing Dell on Clint Eastwood, you know. But so later on the album, I'm fine with it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, all right, we're here now.
This is one where, you know, I remember the first time you did this, the first Gorillaz retrospective you all did. There was one of you said at one point, this is a very easy album to not skip.
Yeah, very easy to not skip a track. It flows so well. Every track is in a perfect spot. And like I brought up to you before, all of these years, this album flowed so well to me. All of these years, I never knew that Dracula and Left Hand Suzuki Method were bonus tracks.
I remember when I reviewed the album
Yeah, and I'm
2
like,
years ago.
and
it's not a good review. It's part of why I wanted to do this. Is like the album hadn't quite clicked to me at that point. And you're gonna pop in there and be like, dude, you left off 2 tracks, and I was like, oh yeah, the bonus tracks.
Yeah, and I was like,
And you were like, bonus tracks?
Yeah, yeah, I was like, what the fuck? They're bonus tracks? What? It tripped me out because I had never ever fucking knew. Even though, like, I think it does clearly say bonus tracks right there, but like, I just listened to that album all the way through for all those almost.
I don't know that it does, and like the weird thing about this album. I think you touched on this the first time you covered it. Those bonus tracks have changed over the years.
Yeah, they've changed. They switched it up because originally the U.S. bonus tracks was just Dracula and Left Hand Suzuki Method, but you had a hidden track of this sort of sped up version of Clint Eastwood that I did not like and still don't like. But now they've since re-released it with the original songs, but now that alternate version of Clint Eastwood is a separate track, and they add the 2000 Soul Child remix as a bonus track. And I'm like, you guys are just filling this to the brim. I'm a massive fan of the Soul Child version of that song. I almost like it more than the original. But it's like, damn, you can get that on G-Sides, but yeah, not everybody is buying G-Sides, so I get why they put it on there.
Yeah, what's funny is I remember at some point when I was first getting into Gorillaz, there was I forget whether it was a Gorillaz wiki or whether it was a Gorillaz fan site that like kept track of all the releases. And they even said about G-Sides, they're like, later releases of the original Gorillaz album have made G-Sides sort of superfluous. And like I don't necessarily agree after having listened to G-Sides again, but like the reason I brought that up about, y'all said this is a very easy album not to skip on. At the time, in 2016, I don't know that I would have agreed with that.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, it had to click with me. There are some tracks on here that are slow.
Yeah, man.
If you're not in the right, particularly Gravity, like, if you're not in the right mindset, like... Yeah, exactly. Like 4 minutes of Damon Albarn being like, Gravity! That can get annoying.
But dude,
you're not in the mood.
It's like that intro. I can definitely see that, but once the song kicks in, you got that sweet ass fucking
Once the dub bit comes in, it's awesome. But like for like 2 minutes of like Damon Albarn just making weird vocal noises. Even the minute or so of M1A1 where it's just those frantic keyboards.
Is there anyone there?
Is it the Dawn of the Dead sample?
I think it is Dawn of the Dead. Dawn of the Dead or Day of the Dead. It's one of the Dead movies.
One of those Romero of the Dead movies. But like,
hello.
Just like you were saying with that last track, once M1A1 gets going,
it's badass.
It is amazing. And like, I guess like the reason that I always like forget that Dracula, I play Dracula in Left Hand Suzuki Method, but like I always think of M1A1 as the closing track because it is like such a perfect album closing track.
It damn sure is. Like, it closes the album on high energy. And after that, Dracula, it's such a chill fucking track. Like, I love Dracula, but yeah, M1A1 definitely closes the album better, because if you ended, if you had it back in the day, Left Hand Suzuki Method is your final track, and it's something that Dan the Automator loves to do, where he likes to take classical music and throw hip-hop beats over it.
Have you ever heard Dan the Automator made an album with Mike Patton?
I have heard some of
Right
that.
around the same time.
I have heard some of that. I just I need to buy that motherfucker. Because Mike
Motherfucker is
Patton,
expensive as shit.
I can believe it.
I looked at trying to buy it earlier because, like, I think it's called Lovage, and it's like 1960s French romance songs with trip hop, but like the lyrics are dirty as fuck.
Yeah.
So it's like Mike Patton and a female singer like going like singing about nasty ass sex for like 30 minutes.
That is great. Because, yeah, Mike Patton features on, I believe it's the second Handsome Boy Modeling School album. Hell, Mars Volta is on the second one. Shit.
And Mike Patton had his own, like, forgotten 2000s trip hop band, too, which I was not aware of until fairly recently.
And which one was that?
I'll have to look that up because
He's had so many fucking bands, dude. It's so hard to keep up with Mike Patton.
It is, and I think that album kind of got hit by that, you know, where I think people just forget that it exists because he had Phantomus, he had Tomahawk, he had
Painkiller.
Peeping Tom.
Bondo Kane. Yeah, Peeping Tom. Okay, I do like Peeping Tom. But man, some of his shit is hard to get. Dude, like his album, or the album, the Dillinger Escape Plan EP, where Mike Patton was singing, is some of the best Dillinger Escape Plan to ever exist, and that's mostly because of Patton. Like, it feels more like a Patton project than a Escape Plan album. Like, it's crazy.
Like, he did an album last year with one of the great, like, sort of orchestrated old school pop singers, and it was an album called Corpse Flower, and it was phenomenal.
Damn, I need to find that.
Like, Mike Patton you lose track of Mike Patton. It's inevitable.
Yeah, easy. Like, I love the Mondo Kane shit.
Yeah.
His crooner Italian fucking music. Like, I'm all about that shit. But yeah, I can definitely see, like, dude, this album, like we said, it flows, because it starts off chill, rehash, and then gets a little on the garage rock side with 5/4. Like, you can hear bits of Blur in this.
Oh, absolutely. Like, thank you for bringing that up, because I was gonna say, like, where I can see, like, at the time, somebody being like a weird Damon Albarn side project is, like, you listen to those last two Blur albums before they went away the first time.
Yeah, definitely.
To 13 and Think Tank. 13 and Think Tank sounds straight up, a lot of that shit sounds like Gorillaz. Especially, like, some of the weirder tracks on 13, like Bugman. Sounds like Bugman almost has the 2D voice in it.
Yeah, like when I first heard, I finally found Blur's self-titled album probably around 2008 at a pawn shop, and it tripped me out how close to this first Gorillaz album it sort of sounded. Like, it's like it didn't completely sound that way, but I'm like, I can hear moments of what Gorilla would eventually be.
And 13 and Think Tank are that even more so, to the point where Tomorrow Comes Today, I believe it's Tomorrow Comes Today, was actually written during the 13 sessions.
Oh, rad.
It wasn't what it became, but it was written during 13, and, you know, there's a lot of, like, 13 has there's a lot of gospel kind of sounding stuff. There's krautrock stuff, weird electronic moments. Like, Bugman starts off as this. The reason Bugman reminds me of Gorillaz is that Bugman starts off as this great kind of punk kind of jam, but then halfway through the music fades out, and then it comes back as, like, almost big beat.
Badass.
Like, probably the closest thing you will ever hear to Blur doing big beat electronic music. And like
Awesome.
there's a little mini bass solo in there, so it reminds me of Gorillaz a lot.
But man, another favorite is New Genius. I like the sort of stoner detective music vibe that it has. Yeah, I don't know.
That's a good way to describe that. Yeah.
Like I love the vocal delivery on it with the brother sister too. Do what you wanna do. Yeah, dude, this shit goes fucking hard.
Bow, bow. Yeah, the great. I think maybe my favorite song on here that I always forget about is Starshine.
Dude, yeah, man. Starshine. Never gonna find me. You know what though? I think here's a moment where I think Man Research is the first moment of incredibly weird, like full on weird.
Which one is that the one where it begins? This is the Breakfast Club.
Yeah, that's at the Breakfast Club. Like, oh my god! But yeah, Man Research is awesome. I like that. That sort of almost four on the floor, like a real slow four on the floor beat. And goddamn, but yeah, there's not a lot going on, but there is a lot going on.
Something I love about this album is that like the music feels like the album cover looks.
Dude, it does. It fucking
like it's
does.
very spacey and spread out and minimalistic.
Yeah, it is. It changed my life, man. Straight up. And I really do. I love Latin Simone on here. Latin Simone is phenomenal. And that is
one of the Buena Vista Social Club guys, I believe.
I have that Buena Vista Social Club album that came out when they brought all them dudes back. And man, is that a phenomenal album. But Latin Simone is so fucking good.
You want to know the wild thing about that?
What's that?
I own a bunch of side albums released under the Buena Vista Social Club name, but I do not own the main album itself because those CDs were stuff that I've mentioned a bunch of times now. My great uncle on my mom's side was a big jazz and vocal pop fan. He was also a huge like Afro-Cuban jazz fan.
Yeah.
Like I guess he went to Cuba a couple times before the revolution happened.
Rad.
Like, I mean, that shows you how old the guy is, too. Considering the revolution is like 60 years ago. But, you know, he had a bunch of those albums, and I've listened to some of them, and they're rad. But, like, what blows me away, again, about Latin Simone, because I've owned G-Sides forever, but I've not listened to it.
Yeah. I don't like Latin Simone all that much on G-Sides.
I was neutral on it. I was like, that blows me away that there was a Damon Albarn version.
Yeah, like, it's good, but I don't think it hits the way the original does with the Cuban vocals and all that.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's just another Gorillaz song.
Yeah, exactly. The Albarn version just could be any other Gorillaz song, but man, when you've got I am not about to pronounce this guy's name. Ibrahim Furrer.
Take it easy there, Travis.
Yeah, like motherfucking, I don't know. With that guy on there, it shows it's another great collaboration on this album. You know, like
what blows me away looking back on this album is that there are only like 2 guests on the whole album.
Yeah, there's that Miho Hattori is on 19 2000 and Rehash, and then there's also a Tina Weymouth, or Weymouth.
Oh my God! I didn't realize she was on there.
Yeah, she was on.
She's from the Talking Heads.
Oh wow. Yeah, she's on 19 2000. So I'm always wondering, is she the female voice that get the cool shoe shine?
You could look at the credits, but I guess she probably wouldn't be. But so a couple things to go over on this album before we move on. With what I was saying about, like, there's like only a couple big featured guest artists, I kind of like that.
Yeah, I like it. You know, Gorillaz didn't become the more collaborative project until after Demon Days, and this album, it feels more like Gorillaz in the Gorillaz lore. Like, they're a new group who, you know, and really when you look at the collabs, there's nobody really overly famous on here, you know. Like, Dale's well known on the underground scene. I think, hell, probably one of the more well known people all around would be Tina Weymouth from Talking Heads. And, you know, there's a niche audience for the Buena Vista Social guy. So, like,
I mean, they were huge at the time, but, like...
Yeah, huge in their respective areas, you know, not like...
But not necessarily, like, with the people who are going to be buying the Gorillaz album.
Yeah, like, they're not like De La Soul, you know,
Even De La Soul were a little more niche, like...
Which, because, like, De La Soul were, like, past their prime at this point, like...
Yeah, like, I was reading a interview with Dal.
Like, really, Gorillaz kind of brought them back, you know?
Yeah, it kind of did. I was reading last summer, an interview with Dal from, I think, about 2018 or 19, where Dal was actually saying that, like, this is his favorite Gorillaz album. But not just because he was on it, but because he feels like he said something like it was so fresh and it was so new, and he said something like it was just Dan the Automator and Damon and Jamie and Dal in the studio, and he said to him it felt like a band. Whereas when you move to Demon Days, you know, Demon Days is such a massive improvement over the debut in a lot of ways, but, like, Demon Days, when we get to it, is very much the beginning of what will culminate in Humans, which is, as I think I joked to you last night, is that Gorillaz sort of gradually becomes Damon Albarn's funky hip-hop sampler.
Yeah.
Whereas at this point, it's its own thing that just so happens to feature a really cool underground rapper. Yeah,
like, I like the fact that this feels more like the Gorillaz characters and their ideas. And yeah, it's so hard. Like I told you before, man, it's a big toss-up between this and Demon Days as my favorites. And I think this one gets the edge mostly because it was the one that changed my life, and it is the one that I kind of had, like we said, I had to listen to this on purpose multiple times to appreciate it. And therefore, I kind of appreciate it more. Whereas I instantly loved Demon Days from the start. And I didn't have to put a lot of listening effort into loving that album, whereas I did with this.
You know, it's a toss-up for me too, but, like, when you lean towards this album, I lean towards Demon Days.
Yeah.
And the reason I lean towards Demon Days is mostly that closing triad.
Yeah, dude, like that pushes it ahead so heavily.
Nothing on this album hits as hard as those last three tracks on Demon Days.
See, yeah, that is true, man, because there's, like, stuff on Demon Days that, like, puts me in a trance. See, dude, like, I guess it depends on the day. I guess it depends on the mood. Because, man, when I was listening to Demon Days last night, when I was grilling, I was like, God damn, man.
When we get there, I'll talk more. But like, when I was listening to it the other day, in my stereo, and it was like got it like chills all the way.
Yeah, like I
never get chills from music.
I still feel the same way when I listen to this album almost 15 years later, and I still feel the exact same way when I listened to it when I did the very first time I turned it on. Which I guess, are we done talking about the original?
I think like we can talk a little bit about the characters, like, because that was really the last thing I have to say about the guests, is that something I like is that with the exception of Tina Weymouth and Ibrahim Farir, I'm guessing is how you say that.
You said it better than I did.
Yeah. Dell is a guest star, but Dell is playing a character.
Yeah, and that's kind of rare. Like, fucking, the only other time I think a guest becomes a character is when Mos Def becomes a character on Plastic Beach.
Yeah, because like at this point, Gorillaz
in the lore
are a virtual band.
In the lore, Russell is possessed by his gangsta rap buddy or mentor,
who died horribly in a drive-by when Russell was young and is now possessing Russell.
Yeah.
Like the Gorillaz lore gets deep.
Real deep.
And I am not up on it. Like when I first got into these guys, I was killing the lore. Like, I wanted to know all about it.
I love that the lore even goes before they were a band.
Like, well before. Like, I love how, like,
to the point where their original guitarist was 2D's girlfriend, and her character plays on Ghost Train.
Murdoch had his way with her.
Yeah. Fucking
I also love how in the lore, the origin of the band is that Murdoch hit Tootie with his car while he was pulling a smash and grab.
Yeah. Oh, and one thing I do like is that these characters age. Like, Noodle's grown up now. Like, Noodle's grown up. The other characters they look older.
Tootie and Russell have aged. Murdoch is the same because he's Murdoch. And, like, I feel like they were going to do some weird shit with Murdoch in the Plastic Beach era.
Yeah.
Like Damon and Jamie said some things like at that point they sort of saw Murdoch as like this ageless being that had existed throughout time.
Which is cool with me.
And that was what the whole Boogeyman deal was about, is that he had made a deal for stardom and immortality with the fifth horseman of the apocalypse. And now the horseman was coming to collect, and that was what the whole Plastic Beach deal was about. It's like I said, it's weirdly deep for like a cartoon band.
Yeah, for real. There is so much thought and imagination gone into this that, man, like, Gorillaz lore could be a podcast in and of itself.
And I love that for as dark as it gets, it's always tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah. But what would you rate? What would you rate the first Gorillaz album?
Fuck, man, it's a 9.5.
Straight up 10 for me.
It is so close to being a 10 for me. Like, so close. But, though, like I said, it's there are tracks where if I'm not in the mood, they can bring the album down a bit for me.
I feel you there.
And that's why it's a 9.5. So
So
what is next? Is that the reggae and dub remix album?
let me smoke a cigarette because I think it is. It's either let me see, July 2002 versus. No, actually, next would be G-Sides. So at least we get to put this garbage off for one more album. But let me smoke a cigarette real quick.
We spent like an hour talking about that first album. God damn.
Yeah, so the next two obviously won't be as long easily.
Well, Demon Days might be.
Demon Days will, but next is G-Sides and Lake of Come Home.
Yeah, I forget that it has a title.
Right, Space Monkeys versus Gorillaz. We'll be back in a minute. Okay, we're back. Had to have my cigarette break. One thing I forgot to mention is that first Gorillaz album and definitely Demon Days are two of my all-time get high albums. Like
I can believe that. Especially the first album.
Oh yeah. And that was another thing that really got me into the first one was because all we were doing was smoking weed and listening to that album. Especially the night that I got it when we just played it through the whole night. But yeah, that one and Demon Days.
And I can imagine, just like to have a friend of yours commit suicide when you're like 15 years old.
Yeah, that was some weird shit.
Someone who moved in sort of the same circles as myself, but who I never really knew, committed suicide about 2 years ago, and I remember that affected me way more than I thought it would.
Yeah, it's weird. It's
I can't
real
even
weird
imagine
feeling.
at that age having someone that close to you.
Yeah, he was.
And
He was a cool motherfucker. Like, he was into PlayStation 2 games and shit, and we'd go over there and play his PS2. And he was a big ICP fan as well. Like, he was one of the first big ICP fans that I had met back in the day. Dude's name was Nathan. He was a cool motherfucker. But it's weird. We'd only maybe had just started hanging out with him that year. So we knew the guy maybe 8 or 9 months before this happened. But like he left a major impression on all of us. And fucking it's crazy. Real crazy.
And like when you're going through some dark stuff, I have found that you always latch on to the artist a little more than you maybe would have.
Yeah.
When you're in that down in that hole and you latch onto an album, you will hold that artist closer to you. Like I'm kind of that way with David Bowie.
Yeah, because the weird thing is whatever music you're listening to, when, let's say, something bad happens in your life, a lot of times it's hard to go back to that music because it just brings you back. But the weird thing is with this album, there's, even though that fucked up shit went down, yeah, that memory is there, but it doesn't keep me from listening to it because it brings me back to all this other good shit that was happening at the time too. Like, because that was an incredibly fun summer in my teenage years, and then capping it off with 9/11, and then our buddy doing that, and then hearing this album all the way for the first time, and I don't know, there's so much more enjoyable memories as opposed to that one dark one.
I get that, and I was gonna say that, like, because I have never been much of a pot smoker.
Yeah.
And now I basically don't do it at all. In fact, I don't do it at all because I don't. I'm not around that stuff anymore, and I'm not about to go seeking somewhere, go out to and get it myself. you know?
True.
I was the kind of guy who would always, when I did it when I was in college, I would do it like once in a while when I was hanging out with somebody, and like it would be like I would buy something for them or do them a favor or something. Like a lot of the times it would be drive somebody somewhere or whatnot, and because I somehow at one point in college I was like the only person in my social circle who had a car. And so, like, there was this guy I knew. I won't mention his name, but towards the end of the last year I was in college, like he and I would hang out a lot, and we would just get high. And well, we didn't get high a lot, but like we got pretty high a couple times. And one of the times is we probably the highest I have ever been. We watched the Star Wars Holiday Special. And that is proof that, like, even drugs cannot make that good. I was laughing my ass off, but it was a this is awful laugh.
Yeah.
It was, but, like, I hate that, like, I never really got to be able to listen to music when we were doing that, and in hindsight, I wish we had done that.
Yeah, it's a different experience, man. Smoking a joint and just getting deep into the music. I think one of the last times I was able to fully do that before I had to stop smoking weed was when Daft Punk Random Access Memories came out. But that was
I can imagine.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal Get High album.
Great.
Yeah. Like, that was a thing, man, for us for a long time. Was like, boom, a new album from a band we like came out. As soon as we're done with work for the day, we come home, we roll that joint, we put that album on, and just get lost in it. I remember did the same thing when Green Alcohol from Primus came out. And, man, by the time that album was over, it was like, oh, my God. Number one, being a massive fan since childhood of Primus, missing out on Primus for so many years because they hadn't released anything, and then finally getting new Primus, getting high and checking it out, fucking phenomenal. Same thing.
I hate to say it because we really need to get into G-sides, but like you watch some of those early first listens of yours, you can tell.
Oh yeah, we're high as fuck. Like, dude, even on the early Monster videos, see, I quit smoking weed around April of 2013. So any video before then, I'm high as fuck. Even the Monster show, like me and Stas would be in there, and I'd be hitting it between takes and shit. And
well, you have that joke on. I think it's in the very first or the second one where it's like a lot of research was done.
Oh yeah,
and it's just you hitting the bong.
Yeah, and but yeah. So getting into, like I said, two of my all-time greatest Get High albums, Demon Days and the first Gorillaz. But yeah, so we're in G-sides now. Which I remember when it came out, I was like, oh man, is this a new album? Because what is this? December of 2001 it was released. And I actually did...
But it didn't come out over here until 2002.
Okay. So I didn't...
It was a Japan-only thing for a period.
It was... and I didn't get mine until 2003, and I got that and the Space Monkeys versus Gorillaz at the same time. I got them both off of that BMG Music Club.
They probably lost so much money.
Oh, dude, yeah. Jonathan,
I'm amazed that they did that because everybody I knew who did that back in the 90s ripped them off.
Oh, dude, yeah. And it sucks
Like-
because the last time I was doing them was probably around 2008, 2009. And I was actually doing them legit at that point because they had all kinds of massive sales every week where it would be like $20 could get you 5 CDs. And I remember...
In 2008, that's a deal.
Yeah. And I remember one sale, I wound up getting that Sublime box set, Everything Under the Sun. I wound up getting that for basically $15.
Damn, that's awesome.
Yeah, it was awesome. And then it sucked. One weekend I went to go there and it switched to another company, and it was where, okay, you could order a CD and you have a month to listen to it, and if you like it, pay for it. If you don't like it, send it back. And I was like, fuck this garbage, and I never fucked with them again.
I'm blown away they were still doing that in like 2008.
Yeah, like that's incredible.
Like, I'm like, we are full blown in the world of iTunes, right? You know, by 2008. Like,
Yeah,
that
definitely.
was like, downloading tracks was like gonna be the apocalypse. That was gonna end the album forever.
Yeah.
And then Spotify happened, and now albums are bigger than ever, and they're like 5 hours long.
Yeah, seriously. But what's crazy is
So,
I've heard
G-sides.
most of these. I heard most of these songs before I got G-sides, because most of these songs were just B-sides from the singles. So at this point, I had already heard Faust and Ghost Train, Hip Albatross, Napster, and because I had downloaded them. And I had heard 1-2-D3. You know, I had most of these songs already, and especially the Soul Child remix, because I first heard that on their website, and I was like, "Whoa, this is way cooler than the original." And so I like the shit out of this as a little B-side album. I think the only thing I don't really get into is the House of Wisdom remix of 192000, which it's a damn good house track, but like we've already got another fantastic remix of 192000 here. Why do I need this? And that's really the only thing I don't get into on this album.
The original Clint Eastwood.
Well, yeah, the original Clint Eastwood, definitely. That's a definite skip. Because
I'm with you there. Like, this one is interesting because it's like something I liked about early Gorillaz is that they would release almost everything they've made during a session.
Yeah, because even too before this came out, D12 and Gorillaz did a song for 9/11 that you could hear on their website. And I'm like, you could have put that on here instead of that House of Wisdom remix.
God, why is it that like we got the and I hate that this is always what I come back to whenever I talk about this stuff, but it is such a spot on parody of that kind of music, the sort of where were you when they built the ladder to heaven?
Yeah.
Why was that big and not like badass Gorillaz tracks about 9/11?
Yeah, man, like Gorillaz and D12, and that's what blows me away too. Is like that was back when D12 was like massive shit for 10 minutes.
It's legit.
But yeah, like really, those are the only 2 tracks on here I don't get into. But the rest of it is solid shit, especially when you get to the Sounder, Faust, and then skip the Clint Eastwood, and then go into Ghost Train, Hip Albatross, and 1-2-D3, like, that's some really solid shit.
Yeah, like, I think out of those tracks, I think Faust is probably my favorite.
Yeah? Because Ghost Train is my jam.
I think I like them all, but Faust is the most interesting because it is so, like, keyboard-centric.
Yeah.
Like, the other stuff, it's kind of, like, more of that like stoner folktronica kind of trip hop that
Yeah,
we got on the first album.
Especially 1-2-D-3. Like 1-2-D-3 sounds like it could be slow country again.
Pretty much, yeah. I did also something I didn't get around to talking about, but with the conceptual side of the band, I thought it was interesting that like they would be like at this point I don't know that they had voice acting for the band yet.
Yeah, and it's weird, the voice acting when you see like some of those early Gorilla Bites, fucking that they put on the Phase 1 DVD, like fucking it's like whoa.
Well, what I thought was hilarious is that, like, how, like, you would have, like, they would do, like, the early, like, 2000s version of, like, those AMAs they do now.
Mm-hmm.
And there's this story that Nick and Jamie have about, like, in like, 2002, they were, like, doing one of those in character as Murdoch. And they wound up talking to this dude for like 6 hours trying to talk him out of suicide.
God damn.
And I'm like, it's crazy that y'all were like really doing this like by yourselves. Like, that's some wild stuff to me. But yeah, G-Sides to me is like, the stuff they left off the album that wasn't remixes is mostly really good.
Yeah.
But, like, you put G-Sides next to what ultimately would be D-Sides, and it does not hold up.
Yeah, because D-Sides is much better. Much better.
D-Sides, it could almost be a Gorillaz album of its own.
Yeah. Easily.
Like if they had wanted to make like nowadays, like every Gorillaz album comes with like what we both have jokingly called the apology album.
yeah.
If they had wanted to, they just could have called D-Sides something else, and it could have take off the dance pop alternate take of Don't Get Lost in Heaven and put in a catchy lead single, and it could be a Gorillaz album in its own right.
Yeah. But yeah, this, I would definitely say this is essential listening for Gorillaz, but mostly if you want more from the first album.
Yeah, and it's an album that shows you that like we were saying, like, the first Gorillaz album is relatively long, and it's diverse, and this CD shows you that like they didn't actually reject that much stuff.
Yeah, and plus, a lot of it was on the singles anyway.
Exactly.
If you bought the CD singles,
they used almost everything they recorded.
Yeah.
During these sessions, unlike Demon Days, where they really trimmed fat.
Yeah. But yeah, definitely buy this for the deeper cuts toward the end of the album and that Soul Child remix of 19-2000, because that has such a Fatboy Slim vibe to it.
Yeah, it does.
Like, I love the shit out of that.
That being said, this is definitely like it's as a standalone release, it's a 7.
Yeah, I was gonna go with a 7 because it's not filler, but it's waiting material. It's there to keep you full while you wait another 4 years almost.
Yeah, exactly. It was it was that long, wasn't it?
That wait was excruciating, dude. It was crazy. I was a whole different person. Especially with the 3 main albums.
I believe it.
you know, I was a different person when Demon Days came out, and then throw another 5 years in there, I was a different person when Plastic Beach came out. Like, my musical tastes within that 10 years changed drastically so much.
I believe, like, I have a little story to tell you when I get to Humans of, like, my musical taste changed even between me buying these first two albums and getting Humans, like, 6 months later.
Yeah.
So, like, that wait, like, that must have, I know, like, at the time, like, it wasn't entirely clear that it was a wait. Like, it wasn't for sure that they would even make a second album.
Yeah, I didn't think it was gonna happen. For a minute, I lost hope.
Because, you know, I remember when I was buying Dell's albums, you can go on some of these old hip hop sites and see reviews from like 03, 04, and like they're talking about Dell, who rose to mainstream prominence as part of weird one-off Damon Albarn project.
Yeah, so they straight up just say one-off.
Well, because that was the assumption, I think, because the Gorillaz just dropped off the face of the earth.
It really did, man, and I was, you know, like I said, I was losing hope.
Because Blur sort of reconvened, and they did Think Tank, which Think Tank is a lot like the first Gorillaz albums in many ways. Because their guitarist left, and Damon Albarn in the rhythm section was all that was left. So they did a lot more like dancey, electronic kind of stuff.
Yeah.
With some of that folktronica kind of side thing that first Gorillaz had, and it's kind of, Think Tank has a lot. It's one of those albums where it's like, on the whole, I think it's maybe one of the lesser Blur albums, but like, it has some of the best Blur songs on it, you know?
Yeah.
So what comes next? Was this Laika Come Home?
Yeah, next is Laika Come Home. Space Monkeys versus Gorillaz. And man, this thing, talk about filling up the CD.
Talk about unnecessary releases.
Yeah, this thing, I have rarely fucked with it. But since I've listened to it for this podcast, I still don't see myself going back to it, but I appreciate a lot of it a little more now, because I do love straight up weird trippy dub music, and that's basically what this album is. It renders all of these Gorilla tracks completely unrecognizable.
Yeah.
And some of them I don't mind. I do like the stuff that they're doing with Rehash, and I like some of the stuff in Starshine and Soundcheck. Like, New Genius has a really good dubby reggae thing going on this album. But for the most part, it's, you know, it's just okay.
It's a one and done for me.
All the way. One and done. Like, I appreciate it more now than I ever did, but yeah, I'd rather go listen to some Scratch Perry albums.
Yeah, and that was exactly what I was thinking. I was like, I would rather go to the source.
Yeah.
Like, I would rather listen to Jamaican guys making original music than just making dub remixes of Gorillaz tracks. And this is probably I was thinking, like, this is because I always forget this exists. Like, this is probably the only Gorillaz album I'll probably either never get, or I will only get if I find it for like $5.
Yeah. It is not essential unless you're just a massive fan of that true island dub shit.
Or you're a Gorillaz fanboy like Travis.
Yeah, if you're a Gorillaz fanboy like me and just have to have that complete discography, like, buy it when you have nothing else left from them to buy.
Exactly. When you own all the singles.
Yeah, and
you
then
have the rare copy of the Tomorrow Comes Today EP from 2000.
Yeah, try not to spend more than $5 at all.
Exactly.
$5 might even be pushing it, because it's like, you know, you could have a Little Caesars pizza or Space Monkeys versus Gorillaz. Like, nowadays I'm going for that pizza, man.
Yeah.
Oh, but
so it's a 6 from me.
Yeah, it's a 6 because the Dub Island shit is really good, but it's, I don't want to call it average at best, but it is. I mean, it's slightly above average.
It is, man.
Yeah, it's slightly above average for me because they do some interesting things in these songs that I already know, but at the end of the day, I'm like, I'd rather hear the songs that I already know.
Exactly.
But yeah, 6 all the way.
Ended phase 1 of Gorillaz.
Yeah, phase 1 is over, and after this, it's still a 3-year wait. Now, before we get to Demon Days, because we got a lot of shit to talk about on Demon Days, let me take a piss and smoke a cig. Okay, we're back from the cigarette break. We just zoomed through those last 2 albums, because there's not a whole lot to say about those 2.
And we both have so much to say about
the next 2
Demon Days.
Hell, the next, I think from here on out,
right until from here pretty much until the end. I have a lot, except for the fall. I have a lot to say about all the Gorillaz albums.
Yeah, definitely. So now we shoot back to the long, long ago in 2005. Put yourself in the
whole nother fucking world, man.
Yeah, a lot has changed in between 2001 and 2005. Stas and I...
9/11 happened.
Yeah, 9/11 happens. The world changes.
The U.S. invades Afghanistan and Iraq.
Yeah, the world is changing, and
Damon Albarn was very vocally against the war in Iraq, and that is all over Demon Days.
Yeah, and what's more is many of the artists that I loved at this point in time, all their stuff was heavily anti-war and anti-Bush, because you get your mainstream music is staying away from political stuff.
Yes.
Mainstream music is just trying to be happy, fun, get your mind off of this thing. But the real heavy artists, at this point in time, Ministry starts off their Bush bashing trilogy. Green Day do their magnum opus with American Idiot. We've got the double album Hypnotized and Mesmerized from System of a Down. Even Outkast throws down some shit. Bombs Over Baghdad.
I mean, hell, even like it's not so much in his music, but like after Hurricane Katrina happens, you have the infamous Kanye George Bush doesn't care about black people.
Yeah.
Moment.
So this was a weird time, but also for me personally, 2005, I've got a steady job. I'm working at Walmart at this point, and I'll never forget the day I found out this was a thing. I walked into Zach's room, and the music video for Feel Good Inc. was playing. I'm like, oh shit, when is this coming out? I had no idea when it was coming out. Well, at this moment, I'm working at the Piggly Wiggly, actually, and I'm ready for my transition to start working at Walmart. So what happened was, this was like all this that was happening within the month of September 2005. It was crazy time for me. So Stas starts going to dog grooming school. Me, Zach, and Matt, and this other kid we hung out with, Scott. Me, Scott, and Matt, the three of us were working together at the Piggly Wiggly. And every month, the Piggly Wiggly would do a $50 drawing. And the whole, I think, 9 months I worked there, I never got hit in the drawing until this Friday. I got the $50 and was like, oh shit, you know, because I was only making like $120 a week there, easy.
Jesus Christ! How many hours were you working?
40. Yeah, it was like...
That's also, it's also down south where your minimum wage is like $5.
Yeah, it was like, I think I was making $5.75 at this point. Real
God
shitty.
Damn.
Real shitty.
Like, the lowest wage I have ever gotten is still $11 an hour.
Rad. But I'm still...
That's the minimum wage in Connecticut.
Right, we're still... In fact, I don't know if it was September. It was whenever With Teeth had dropped, so it might have been a little more in the summer. Fuck, I really can't remember. When did this dropped? Okay, this dropped May, so yeah. This dropped in May, so... And
May 3rd, you know, With Teeth, or as I like to jokingly call it, With the Teeth.
Yeah, so yeah, it was probably earlier summer of 2005. I got this. I'm like, fuck, man, I got an extra $50. We're going to the mall. We're gonna fucking have fun. And so we go out to the mall, and I buy this motherfucker, and I buy With Teeth. And then we all go over to Best Buy, and I see the deluxe edition, and I'm like, damn it, man, they didn't have no deluxe edition at FYE. I was like, fuck. And for several years after that, I would almost get to where I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna buy the deluxe one, and I just kept saying, nah, fuck it. But now that deluxe one runs a little expensive, but there's not enough stuff on it for me to be like, okay, I'll drop an extra couple dollars for this deluxe version. But what was also going on was, apparently, because me and Stas were about a year away from being engaged. No, actually we got engaged that September. So what happened was, I'm still living with my parents at this point, and next thing we know, early that September, I'm still heavily listening to this album. Now I'm working at Walmart, and boom, our dad and mom come in there talking about, okay, so it's September, your dad hasn't paid the rent since April, and they're kicking us out, and we have by the end of the week to get out, so we're going to move in with your grandparents. And I'm like, what? Fuck no. So Stas and I the next day wound up getting our first apartment. And I've been on my own ever since. But, you know, my family, we've been evicted out of every house that we've ever been in. And even after I moved out, they were evicted out of every place they've ever been in until they just squatted at my grandparents' house finally. But yeah, so like there was a lot of crazy shit going down with me when this album came out too. And this was pretty much my escape. And like I said, it took me a long time before I ever heavily dove into With Teeth, because this album left such a major fucking impression on me.
Dude, I believe it, because like when I bought this, like I said, it was a week after the first one. You know, it was, you know, I was, you know, at this point, aimless college sophomore. I was like, you know, that first Gorillaz album really impressed me. So I told my buddy Sam, who at that point was the only one in our friend group who had a car, and who was my roommate, I was like, Sam, we're going to go to the Barnes & Noble. We're going to get this album. And so I got it, and then on the way back, I stopped at the Best Buy, and in the $5 bin, I got Power Slave by Iron Maiden, and I forget which Muse album it is. The one that has Knights of Sidonia on it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Black Holes and Revelations. And I did not listen to either of those albums for at least a week.
Yeah.
Because, like, you can say, for you, the first album changed your life. Demon Days changed my life.
This album made me not listen to the first album for a couple years. Because for a long time, I was saying that this is what Gorillaz was meant to sound like. And so I didn't listen to the first album for a couple years after this. Because this was heavily in my rotation. Plus, you gotta think too, man, like when the first one came out, that was in my early CD collecting days, so I might have only had like 20, maybe 24 CDs at that point. And because even then, it was still where like I might get a CD a month, you know. And
it was like knowing your musical tastes, like you're a dude from what I've gathered over the years. You seem like someone whose engagement with the mainstream peaked probably in like 99, 2000.
Yeah, definitely. And
then
interesting things come out of the mainstream every once in a while after that for me.
Yeah. And the thing about the first Gorillaz that I wish I had thought to say is, like, the first Gorillaz is one of the last albums to me that has that 90s vibe.
Yeah, it's like there's a 90s vibe and then, like, a future vibe to it.
Yeah, it's like a 90s vibe and a 2000 sound.
Yeah.
Because it has that, like, well, I'm kind of depressed. Nothing's wrong. But nothing's going on in my life, and I'm just kind of hanging around here, man. It has that vibe. Like, the sort of aimless melancholy that, like, a lot of 90s music had.
Yeah, like, the first album doesn't really have a lot to say.
No, it really doesn't.
Like, it's just a cool-ass experiment that sounded nothing like anything that was happening in 2001, and still
at least in America.
Yeah, at least in America, because, you know, this kind of stuff is pretty big.
There's a lot of trip-hop in the UK around that time.
Like, it's pretty big in the UK with this kind of stuff that's happening on this album. You know, I mean, hell, we didn't get dubstep in America until dubstep was easily almost 11 or 12 years old. You know, it was done in the UK by the time we got it. And when you hear the dubstep we wound up getting, it sounds nothing like what was considered dubstep in the mid-2000s.
Yeah. And, like, it's like, when you look at, you know, in 2001, you know, you could easily say that musical landscape in 2001 kind of sucked.
It really did, dude. Really did.
Like, the hip-hop was bad. The hip-hop was really bad.
We had female artists who... It was like another female artist boom, but they weren't as interesting as the female artist boom of the mid to late 90s. Like, this is when we had... We either had... You were either going to be bubblegum, or you were going to be... non-offensive chick with an acoustic guitar. Like, even Alanis Morissette tried to pull that off. Like, everything was either a Michelle Branch sound, a Vanessa Carlton sound, or the Backstreet Boys sound, or Britney Spears sound.
Easily.
And if it wasn't that, it was hip-hop. And crunk was on the horizon. But man, it was some dark times.
like you were dealing with that last death rattle of the gangster rap.
Yeah.
When where it's hard, but like any of the meaning has gone out of it. Like the authenticity is not there anymore.
Yeah.
You know, it's these dudes are not rapping about their shitty ass lives because they want to speak the truth in their souls. They're rapping about their shitty ass lives because that's what gets you money in hip hop. in the
Yeah.
early 2000s.
It was lame. Oh, it
And
was
and
lame.
love him or hate him, like those first two Kanye albums, like really, I think changed the course of hip hop for the better.
Kinda did, yeah.
Because like he was one of the first. He was by no means the first hip hop artist to not be a gangsta, but he was the first. He was the first like superstar hip hop artist in a while.
That is kind of true.
To not be a gangster rapper, and like I will always say that like Kanye's production is a million times better than anything he ever says on any of his albums. So 2005, the world has, not only has 9/11 happened, not only are y'all out on your own.
How old are you at this point?
Has changed.
How old are you at this point? Me, I'm like 19.
I am in 2005. I am 8 years old.
Damn. Yeah, I'm like 19, about to be 20.
Like my birthday is halfway through the year, so I'm 7 to 8. I'm 7 when this comes out. I'm 8 by the end of the year.
Wow.
And the weird thing is like that early 2000s music scene. I remember that shit.
Yeah, because you're at that age where you're starting to pay attention to that shit.
Well, when you go back to like 01, 02, 03, like that's at that age where like I can't do anything, so I just sit in the car while my mom runs in and does something, and maybe she leaves the radio on, and maybe there's like some New Radicals still getting played, or some of that like weird early 2000s soft rock that nobody ever talks about that isn't very good, but I remember a lot of it.
Yeah.
So like 2005 comes and hip hop is like, it's not good, but it's better than the 01 hip hop.
Well, yeah, because it's, like I said, it gets to where it's about nothing. Black Eyed Peas are big with the My Hump song. Lil Jon is the big shit at the moment. Fucking just...
You have early Kanye. Like, I would argue Kanye probably at his best as a rapper. Like, his first two albums. I think his second album came out in 2005. I don't remember. But I can agree with that. Like, it's like hip-hop in 2005 is kind of like nothing.
Yeah, just a whole lot of nothing I was trying to listen to.
And even like rock in 2005 is all over the place.
Yeah, because you still had remnants of the new metal. You had the beginnings of the scene stuff happening.
You have like that. Like 2005 is the year I remember the scene shit exploding.
Yeah, because now it's like basically the pop punk has evolved into the scene shit.
Yeah, like 2005 is the year that I remember. I remember suddenly all of the outcast like 12 to 13-year-olds start wearing those skinny jeans and the checkered socks and the lip rings and whatnot.
Yeah, because this is the moment that all of a sudden Nightmare Before Christmas had its surprise resurgence.
And all those little scene kids decided that Donnie Darko spoke to their truth.
and they were obsessed with Johnny Depp.
And like I said in that Panic at the Disco video I did, and I think like you've said this too, like 2005 John and 2005 Travis weren't having that shit. But like in 2020 we can put some of that stuff on.
Yeah, because it's ultimately harmless. Because
exactly, like at worst it's a bunch of guys singing with nasal voices.
Yeah, because there are, I can't say that stuff sucks, because I don't know it all that well. But what I will say is there's artists that I absolutely love who have put out complete garbage. So, hey, I can't put that shit down, because hell, the shit that hurt me is the stuff I love the most.
Yeah. So, Demon Days. This is one where like this is one where like I said, I loved it from the first listen. But again, it took me a minute to like more deeply like notice things about it.
Yeah.
If that makes any kind of sense. Like I didn't really think until actually this fall. I was driving to and from somewhere, and I was listening to this. I was thinking, the first album is pretty experimental for something in America in 2001.
Yeah.
Demon Days, honestly, is pretty experimental, especially for something that was highly mainstream.
Yeah, especially in 2005.
Like, this is Gorillaz at, like, I don't know whether this is their... I know this is their commercial peak, because that becomes a problem in Plastic Beach, because from what I gather, Plastic Beach, despite nearly unanimously positive reviews, did not sell anywhere near as well as this did.
I can see that.
Like, I don't know whether this was their, like, peak as a band that people know about. You know?
Yeah. Because let me see. Plastic Beach sold over 74,000 copies in its first week. What did Demon Days sell? I can't necessarily see it at the moment here, but keep going.
It peaked at number 1 in the UK albums chart and number 6 on the Billboard Top 200.
Man.
It is 6 times platinum in the UK and double platinum in the US.
So that already tells you it sold over 1 million copies.
It has sold 8 million copies worldwide.
Wow, man.
And this, like I said in the first album, this is where you start to get, like, Gorillaz as, like, less of a band and more of, like, Damon Albarn and whatever hip-hop artist of the day he likes.
Yeah, and...
Which, at this point, is a great thing.
Yeah, the collaborations on this album are phenomenal.
And, like, it's funny because, like, nobody necessarily steals the show.
Yeah, it's like everyone's doing their all, but, like, everyone... I think one of the main stealers is somebody who isn't even singing. Like, I always come to Dennis Hopper when he's reading the fire coming out of a monkey's head. Like, that's a major fucking sort of scene stealer.
Dennis Hopper and then the choir.
Yeah, the choir too.
Like, what is that? The London something choir? London Community Gospel Choir.
But I think Booty Brown is fantastic. Knee High Cherry's fantastic. De La Soul do their thing. This is the album that introduced me to who MF Doom was.
And you're right that, like, this is De La Soul, like, because De La Soul have a couple of, like, relatively big albums in the 2000s, but, like...
They were always still, like, a 90s hip-hop group to me, you know? Like,
exactly. And they were, like, the thing about De La Soul is they got in such acrimony with their old record label. Like, Tommy Boy, like, there are so many legal battles, and, like, there's so much, like, legal uncertainty about, like, their early work.
Yeah.
That, like, it's weird because, like, De La Soul are, like, really important, but they've almost been written out of the history books.
In a way.
Because their early shit has not been readily available. Yeah. Like, you can easily, like, pirate it, and you could easily, like, listen to it on YouTube.
Yeah.
But, like, you can't go out into a record store and buy 3 Feet High and Rising for $10.
Yeah.
You know? You can't find De La Soul is Dead in the bargain bin for $5, you know?
Yeah.
And, like, they're phenomenal on Feel Good Inc. Which is wild to me because, like, when you listen to their, like, classic stuff, they're good rappers, but they do kind of still have that Will Smith flow. Or, by which I mean the sort of, the dancey, very jaunty late 80s kind of flow.
Yeah.
And which I think is sort of on Feel Good Inc., but it works for me.
Yeah, because, like, I mean, I think they're phenomenal on that track. Really, some of the best I've heard them. And
I would...
In fact, I think that every time they collaborate with Gorillaz, it's always a treat because it almost feels like they really give it their all hardcore every time they do a song with Gorillaz.
And it's like, this is like one where there are not as many features as I remember there being.
Yeah, it's a very well balanced because there's definitely more features on here than the first album, and there's definitely more well-known people. Knee High Cherry, and De La Soul.
I think it's Nina Cherry.
Nina Cherry. Oh my god, I keep saying Knee High Cherry just because I see it. So maybe
you got Booty Brown from the Far Side.
Yeah, and it's like they're still like underground, almost underground credible people, you know, like
exactly like Nina Cherry is, you know, sort of. I don't know if she's underground now, but I think she was underground at the time.
Yeah. And I think the most well-known person on here would be Dennis Hopper and De La Soul. And like we said, it's like this almost brought De La Soul back.
And I guarantee you that, like, your story is similar. You know, it is probably a lot of people first time they heard MF Doom, because MF Doom was around by this point. He was known.
He had been around since the 90s.
Yeah, because he did that album with his brother under a different name.
Yeah.
And, like, the album was rejected by the label, allegedly because, like, the album cover was too violent. Because it showed a little black cartoon character being lynched.
Yeah.
And then his brother died.
Yep.
By being hit by a car. And, like, he just went away, and then he came back with... What was his first album? Was that...
Operation Doomsday.
Yeah. But, like, just the year before, he had dropped Food and Mad Villain.
Yeah, Food and
two amazing albums.
Yeah, like two of my most favorite hip hop albums of all time. MF Doom drops right before he gets a feature on Demon Days.
And like the crazy thing to me about MF Doom is like he's kind of dropped off the face of the earth.
Like, yeah, he's still like his last actual proper album would be Born Like This from 2009, but
in 2009.
But like he's done other things. Like there's the JJ Doom album. There's, I think the most recent would be Czarface versus Doom, which fantastic album all the way. Yeah, I wish he'd go ahead and just do another straight up Doom album, man.
Yeah, he's great. Like the whole album is phenomenal.
Dude, from the moment this album starts, this is an album where even the intro is worth listening to when you turn it on. Because a lot of times I'll skip an intro. But when it starts with like those creepy, I don't know, it sounds like goblins.
Stringed instruments.
And it goes boom, 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 boom.
You have those high-pitched voices, and then you are now entering the harmonic door.
Yeah, you got the sirens in the background. Like, it's so cool. And boom.
And then it goes into the Last Living Souls.
Last Living Souls is phenomenal, man. Oh my god.
This album has one of the strongest flows.
Dude, all the way through. There's not a single fucking dull moment. Cause Last Living Souls. Last Living Souls with the goddamn when you get that flourish in the middle, and he's like, oh no, falling down, and you got the fucking shit builds with that, and then it kind of comes down, it slows down, and then back to the Are We the Last Living Souls, and it's such a great opener.
We gotta talk about Danger Mouse on here.
Yeah, we do gotta talk about Danger Mouse, because what is interesting with this is Dan the Automator and Kid Koala are gone. Now we have, I'm guessing, I guess Danger Mouse is sort of an up-and-comer at this point.
I think this is his first major album. Like, I know he'd produced for people before, but I think this is the first, major artist he collaborated with.
And after this, he became a really well-respected producer, and people were calling him a super producer because he was working on so many projects at once. And it's one of the first moments in my musical life where I could tell who was producing something based off of their production techniques, because when Gnarls Barkley came out with what the fuck was that first song?
Crazy.
Yeah, Crazy. I was like, damn, why does this sound like it could be on Demon Days? And then boom, that's when I found out Danger Mouse. I'm like, wow. So I started paying more attention to Danger Mouse and checking out.
I did not catch a word of that.
Huh? Rolling.
Still on Demon Days.
Yeah, so, yeah,
Skype had a stroke.
Yeah, Skype had a stroke, but yeah.
Travis has some editing to do.
No, thankfully I turned it off for all that. But I can't really remember what I was saying that.
I didn't catch any of it.
But yeah, it was.
This album is really well balanced, I think is what we were saying.
Yeah, we were talking about how well balanced it is, because we're talking about Last Living Souls and how you just get
Danger Mouse.
Yeah, Danger Mouse. So I started checking out more artists that Danger Mouse fucked with, and then
I did the same thing. Kind
of got bored with him. Because for a minute there, me and Zach would be like, oh shit, Danger Mouse is producing this? Awesome. And now it's like, oh, Danger Mouse is producing it. That's cool, but yeah.
Yeah. because, like, Danger Mouse was a dude where, like, the first couple albums he produced were solid gold. Like that first, like, Demon Days, obviously, that first Gnarls Barkley.
Oh, yeah.
Which a lot of people are not crazy about, but I have loved Gnarls Barkley ever since I first heard Crazy back in 2006.
Yeah, I dig the shit out of him. I even dug that CeeLo Green album that came out with the Fuck You song on there.
I loved the Fuck You song. And like you are so right. Like, for a minute there, Danger Mouse was like the top guy. Like I don't know, like, looking back on it, I don't know how much he actually was the right choice for The Good, the Bad, and the Queen.
Yeah, which is crazy because, like, I love that album. And what's crazy is
too.
Kind of feels like a companion to this album, like.
It very much does, but the thing about that first album is, like, when you hear the second album,
which I still got to get that motherfucker.
He not only has he still got it, the dub is very forward, and the drumming is amazing. Damn. And whereas you go to the first Good, the Bad, and the Queen, there is basically no drums on that album.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. Like, yeah, and I love the album Danger Mouse did with Beck.
Yeah, that one is really good. Modern Guilt, that's a really good album.
Yeah, but then somewhere, I think somewhere around the time he started working with the Black Keys.
Yeah. That's
Danger
when we
Mouse just kind of lost his way, and now he's a boring dad rock producer who produce, I think we said last time, you know, he produces for the Chili Peppers and bands like that.
Yeah.
I think he needs to be producing something that has a dance quality to it.
Yeah.
Like, when he's making, like, beer commercial rock or whatever the Chili Peppers are in the 2010s.
Ugh.
You know.
Yeah.
But the reason, like, I bring Danger Mouse up is that this album does this thing that I love, where this album will be, like, doing a dancey, like, disco thing, or it'll be doing, like, a rhythmic thing, like that. You have the almost, like, metronomic quality to Last Living Souls.
Yeah.
And then suddenly, it'll shift on a dime, and you'll get, like, 30 seconds of, like, this awesome alt-rock moment, or, like, an orchestral bit.
Yeah.
Or, like, on what is which one is it? All Alone. You get, like, some great female vocals for, like, 20 seconds. And then back to the track.
Yeah.
Like, and all the tracks are good. I think my favorites, before you get to those last three tracks, are probably Kids with Guns, Oh Green World, Every Planet That We Reach Is Dead.
Oh, yeah.
And I really like the whole thing. Dirty Harry.
Yeah, which is cool. There is, it's
a
another
Clint Eastwood connection.
Yeah, a little Clint Eastwood connection, which I wanted to say when we talked about Lake Could Come Home is their remix of Clint Eastwood is called, in parenthesis, Fistful of Peanuts. So another little Clint Eastwood reference there with Fistful of Dollars.
Yeah. And this is one of those albums where I'm like, it's like my favorite track on Demon Days, and I just list the whole track listing.
Yeah, it's like my favorite track on Demon Days is just all of them. When Kids with Guns comes in, and then you get to the ending when those drums come in, and it's like boom, 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 boom. Like, dude, toward the end of the song, man, and it's just ending with that rad fucking drum beat over everything, and everything's like come in full force. Holy shit.
I love the part in how O Green World starts off so small, and then you start getting those percussion loops.
Yeah.
And then the guitar comes in, and it just becomes so massive.
Yeah, so big. So fucking... Wow, dude. Oh, green world, don't desert me now.
This is definitely an album, like, as timeless as it is, as classic as it is. This album is 2005 to the nines.
Like, it changed the... It rose the bar.
Like this album, like the lyrics on this album are like the world circa 2005. Like,
yeah, because it's
tracks
like
about the environment, stuff about like wars, invasions, you know.
Yeah, it's like Gorillaz said, you know, all you guys are you're making these good albums that are very much protest albums. Well, hold my banana.
Yeah. And then you have like I think in some ways like maybe the dark horse of the singles, although I understand it was a lot bigger in the UK. In America, maybe not so much. El Mañana and Dare.
Yeah, El Mañana didn't do much here, and I never knew Dare was a single.
I believe it was, but maybe it wasn't here. I know Feel Good Inc. is like their biggest track ever.
Yeah. And man,
Dare is the second. Dare is the second single.
And Dare is awesome, dude. Fucking.
I love the story about Dare, about how it's a track about masturbation, basically, and it was originally supposed to be called There.
Yeah. But his accent is so
Sean
thick.
Sean Ryder has such a strong North English accent.
He just kept sounding like he's saying "there." It's there.
And I love like how like even like the Gorillaz fan community like shot the awfulness of every live performance of Dare that Sean Ryder is a part of.
Oh man.
It's like a recognized thing. Because, like, he's drunk as fuck.
He botches. I have the DVD, the Demon Days Live DVD. Oh, man, everyone is on fucking point. Like, they even...
Except for Sean Ryder.
Yeah, they even get MF Doom on the big screen. Like, so even, like, people who can't be there are fucking there. But goddamn Sean Ryder, man, botches the shit out of his stuff. It is so bad.
I believe it, man. I think I listened to that once. I was like, oh my god.
It's like it starts off and you don't think so. You know, it starts off and things are kind of right, but then he comes in, it's there, and just all off key and shit, and it's like, oh, you know, Damon Albarn is behind that silhouette. You know that. So you gotta. I wonder the kind of faces he was making.
Yeah. And then you get, like you said, Dennis Hopper, narrating this incredibly creepy story.
Yeah, real creepy. Oh man.
About basically an allegory for like what we're doing to the earth.
Yeah, like just over consuming over the earth. You know, the earth is going to cleanse when the earth is finally hurting hard enough. It's going to cleanse that shit and start anew.
Well, Damon Albarn said, like, I guess, like, the inspiration was that he said it was something like a very childish thought about, like, something like the oil was there for a reason. When it's gone, the things are going to collapse. I think the metaphor he used was, like, plastic surgery.
Yeah.
But, like, and then, like, we've both said this before, like, the last 3 tracks on Demon Days are, to me, they're a unit.
Yeah, definitely. They're a mini suite.
Like, and especially like "Don't Get Lost in Heaven" and the title track are like those are one song to me.
Yeah.
Like
Cause
you
like
cannot listen to "Don't Get Lost in Heaven" without listening to Demon Days.
yeah, cause the way it segues in there, fucking the fire coming out of a monkey's head is definitely the beginning of the song, and then "Don't Get Lost in Heaven" comes in, and it's so angelic.
And yet drugged up and washed out at the same time.
Yeah.
Like you are in bliss, but you're not happy with where you're at.
Yeah.
And those orchestral bits that begin Demon Days, and like we were saying last night when we were messaging during our respective playthroughs, like when you get to, there's a moment in the orchestral sort of build up to Demon Days where after he does the sort of weird first version of the chorus, where you get that it sounds like a sitar.
Yeah.
Doing the main theme of Demon Days, and then one of the guitars, and I can never tell whether it's a bass or a regular guitar, comes in and it doubles the main theme of Demon Days. And that is like, gives me chills every single time I listen to that track.
Yeah, it is incredibly phenomenal.
And then the reggae bit comes in, and then you get this gospel choir singing the chorus of the track, and it is, tears flow,
Yeah, it's crazy because it's like this whole album, every song is straight up 10. But then it all feels like it's building up. Because once you finish Dare, like, it all feels like it's all building up to this massive crescendo of Fire and Don't Get Lost in Heaven and Demon Days, and just ends the album on one of those incredibly perfect notes. Just perfect
it's the
moment.
Cathartic. It's the I used to call that, like, it's like you're close to the edge moment.
Yeah,
your
that close to the edge moment.
It's the point in Close to the Edge where John Anderson is singing about, now that it's all over and done. And it's the part of Supper's Ready where Peter Gabriel's singing about the angel standing in the sun telling everybody that Jesus has come back to lead everybody to the Crystal City.
Yeah, just one of those, man.
It's that kind of moment, and like for me at least, like I am with you. Like Demon Days and the first album to me, like you take those last 3 tracks off of Demon Days, though it's neck and neck with the first album. But to me, those last 3 tracks push Demon Days over a little bit.
It does, man. It really does. Like Which is
why I'm giving this one a straight up 10.
Because I gave the first one a 10. This one gets a 10 also. I mean, they're both. They both have touched my musical heart. There are
that's why. Huh?
There are very few albums that I like so much that they sort of touch my musical heart. There's very few albums. There's some Typo Negative that does that. There's some Gorillaz that does that. But there's very few that, because I love a lot of albums. There's a lot of albums I can throw 10s at, but there are few that, stab me that deep.
Yeah, like for me, it's like there's a lot of prog and albums that do that, but like it's usually it's songs.
Yeah.
But like this is one of those perfect holistic experiences, and for the longest time, this was my number 1 album of the 2000s. I don't know if it still would be, but it's top 3 easily.
Top 3 easily, because Dead Again from Type O would be in there as well. Like, this and Dead Again would probably be fighting for the top spot.
I don't even really know what the rest of my top 10 would look like. I know a lot of bands who became better in the 2000s are in there somewhere, but like I think like maybe the best Flaming Lips of the 2000s would be up with this, you know?
Yeah.
But like this is an album where like when you have talked many times in the past in your videos and to me about how disappointing Plastic Beach was to you originally.
Oh yeah.
And when I listen to this to Demon Days, I can understand why.
Oh yeah.
Someone who worships this album could be could be underwhelmed by Plastic Beach.
Oh yes.
But we have a whole other album to talk about before we get to that.
Yeah, next we're going to talk about D-sides, which let me smoke a cigarette real quick. And then we'll jump into D-side. Okay, we are back from the quick little break. Now we are talking about D-sides.
D-sides.
And it is, like we said before. Yeah, phenomenal. It's basically feels more like a next album. The moment it came out, I had no idea it was coming out. This was November of 2007. Stas and I had just moved into our first house that we bought. And
it was a lot harder. It was a lot harder to find new music before Facebook.
Yeah, seriously, and
or to find out about new music, I guess.
And you know what's funny is, at this point in my life, I was exploring a lot more industrial music, and I was at this point heavily into Nine Inch Nails and KMFDM, and what's really funny is, at this point, earlier that year, Nine Inch Nails had released Year Zero. And, it was like the week after this came out. Let me see real quick. Because I was just doing grocery shopping at Walmart one night. And, just happened to see this. I would always kind of scroll through the CDs at Walmart just for the fuck of it. And boom, I see this motherfucker. I'm like, D-sides? What the fuck? So I bought it and didn't instantly fall in love with it. Because it's definitely way more experimental than what was on Demon Days. But I listened to it a couple more times and was like, damn, this shit is good enough to be its own album. But what's funny is, it was like a week later I wound up buying the Year Zero remixes, Year Zero remixed album. And I thought that was funny that I had got Nine Inch Nails and Demon Days on the same day. And then 2 years later, I get basically a side album from Demon Days and a side album from Year Zero 2 years later. Are you there? Hello? Oh my god, did we lose John again? Yo!
Somehow my microphone came unplugged again.
Oh yeah, but could you hear me?
I could hear you the whole time. Yeah. I was going to say, I always forget that D-Sides is '07 because I think it's going to be '06 because they put every Gorillaz album has had, besides Demon Days, every full-blown Gorillaz album has had like some sort of satellite release within a year. You know? Self-Titled has G-Sides. Plastic Beach has The Fall, which actually came out the same year originally.
Yeah, and G-Sides did the same thing, too.
Humans has The Now Now, which is a weird case because The Now Now is basically its own album.
Yeah. See, I wouldn't even call The Now Now, like, it's not even a beat. Like, it's definitely, like, the next album. Because it's even like with it and The Fall, like The Fall is listed on the main discography page.
Yeah, and I'll definitely talk about that more when we get to The Fall. But D-Sides to me it's a better album than some of their later main albums to me.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. And it's more, like I said, it's way more experimental. Like, there's a lot of cool, weird shit.
Way more experimental.
A lot of cool, weird shit going on here. And there's not a single track I dislike, but one that I can do without is probably the original demo version of Don't Get Lost in Heaven.
Yeah.
Like, it's cool and all, but it is, man, I'm glad that is what they decide. When you hear that and the actual version...
It's so weird.
Yeah, it's like, whoa, this could have been a whole different thing.
Like, I think it's interesting how People is basically a different version of Dare.
Yeah, you've got the same beat, and I kind of like Dare better, but People... Even though it's the same beat, the same music, it feels like its own song.
It does, and that's like it's like this whole album. Like, if you cut out the original "Don't Get Lost in Heaven" and you put in like a new like catchy ass single, this could be like almost like the first album again.
Yeah, in a way.
Like, it would be a dancier, more disco sort of key-oriented sort of, because like when you get to Humans, or not Humans, when you get to the Now kind of feels like that too.
Yeah, it
like, this is stripped back Gorillaz without a lot of collaborators just doing their thing.
Yeah, exactly. This feels more like well, there's also a lot more reggae kind of stuff happening on this album too.
Yeah. And you got a lot more experimental stuff because Murdoch is God is like a borderline industrial track.
Yeah, it is. It is a wild track. Love the shit out of that. But really, the only collaboration that I can see here is the song Bill Murray with the Bees and Stop the Dams. Fucking love Stop the Dams.
Yeah.
Stop the Dams.
And I have no idea who any of the people they've collaborated with are.
Yeah, Ghost Digital, I don't know who that is, but man, Stop the Dams is up there with the Fire Coming Out of a Monkey's Head trilogy.
I'm going to have to listen to that one again. Because, like, I'll tell you the crazy thing about D-Sides is that, like, you would think Demon Days being my favorite Gorillaz album and, like, probably my number 1 or number 2 favorite album of the 2000s, you would be like, oh, John's gotta have a copy of D-Sides. I don't.
I will say, it's a double disc. The second disc is remixes from the main album. And in the 13 years that I've owned it, I've only listened to it once. The remixes are just whatever.
And the reason I don't own D-sides is that for some reason it's always weirdly expensive on eBay and Amazon.
Damn.
Like, I always see people asking, like, $13 to $17 for this.
Damn, so I'd say 13 is worth it, but 17 is a little high.
Yeah, 15 to 17, like, is... Like that's my thing of, like Barnes & Noble. Our local Barnes & Noble used to have, like, every Vampire Weekend album. But the thing was, they were asking like $18.99 for them.
Yeah, Barnes & Noble is shit with CD prices.
Well, it's weird. So you'll get their bargain bin. They're like $5 bargain bin CDs are great. But like you can find some great stuff there for cheap. But like, to be asking, like, when you get, like, this, and this was, like, 2018, 2019, to be asking, like, almost $20 for a CD that is almost 10 years old, or more than 10 years old, you know?
Yeah.
I don't, these days, like, as far as CDs, like, unless they've got, like, a crazy deal, I'm not going there unless I'm buying a record.
True that.
You know?
Because they have better prices on their records most of the time. Especially for, like...
Yes, they do.
Especially for, like, the new well-known artists on records. Whereas the CDs, they've always been just way expensive, CD-wise.
Yeah, I like records, like, especially, like, our local one had, like, they did a 50% off, and then they did a 25% off. So I picked up some things that I probably wouldn't have bought otherwise. You know?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Like some back albums and whatnot. So yeah, D-sides is one that I don't own because it's for some reason I've always found it a little more expensive than I was willing to pay at the given moment in time.
Yeah.
But that being said, like I said, it's phenomenal. It's as good, if not better. Like, I'm just gonna put it out there. This is better than The Fall.
Yeah.
It's probably better than the Now. Hard for me to compare the two. And depending on the day, it might be better than Humans, but more on that later on.
Yeah, this is one that, like, I always would forget how much I liked it. But like when I was heavily listening to it when I did the last retrospective, I was like, this is some top shelf shit to be on what is essentially just a B-side album. Like, this is one of those instances where a B-side album is as good as the main shit. And like I said, you know, G-sides is essential mostly for the couple of tracks that you can get on it. This one is definitely essential listening in the Gorillaz discography.
Like I said, with some singles, this could be as good as one of the albums.
Yeah, like it's definitely as good as the albums to me. Like, you're right though, it doesn't have anything on here that could be a catchy single, but I think that's one reason I do like it is it's just hey, here's some other shit we recorded for this album, check it out. And damn, turned out really fucking well. Hong Kongaton, We Are Happy Landfill, Hong Kong. Man, I love Hong Kong. It's just
even like 68 State, I really like.
Yeah, and fucking, I love that little guitar kind of thing. You know, I've been a man, whatever the fuck they're doing in there.
I will say the thing about Rocket is that there's only one Rocket. and it's Herbie Hancock's Rocket. You know?
Yeah.
That's like naming a song Taxman. It's like, no, the Beatles did that. You don't get that song title.
Yeah. Oh, true that. So what would you rate Demon Days?
You mean D-sides?
Yeah, D-sides, I mean.
I'm going to give it a 9.
Yeah? I'm going to give it a 9.
I'm going to give it a 9.
I'm going to give it a 9 as well. I want to give it a 10, but for a B-side album, it's a 10. But
like it's the kind of B-sides where, like, if Damon had written some, like, as I think I've said like 5 or 6 times, if Damon had written some new catchy singles, it would be as good as the first album to me.
I can see that.
Like, but without that, it's a very interesting listen, and it's an album that I need to delve deeper into. So it's getting a 9 from me.
And for an album, like you said, for an album that you got to dive deeper into, a 9 is pretty good.
I listened to it yesterday because I had to go out. I had to go out for something to go to get, you know, at this point, you know, going out in this particular place and time is a journey, you know.
Yeah.
Even if it's only 20 minutes.
But yeah,
and I listened to this and I was really impressed by it. So it's getting a 9 mostly on that, you know, how impressed I was. And how good some of the tracks are. But so what was it like? What was it, a 3-year gap? But between this and Plastic Beach?
Yeah, between this and Plastic Beach, definitely a 3-year gap. But so in between this and Plastic Beach, you know, I would see on the news, I would look at music news, I'd always be, you know, trying, like every couple months I'd be like, is there any kind of announcement for a new Gorillaz? And that's when I started seeing shit about the Carousel project. Because I was already following what they were doing with Monkey, Journey to the West, and they basically said that that's basically a Gorillaz album without Gorillaz' name on it, and I bought it and I loved the shit out of it. But yeah, it is experimental like a motherfucker. But highly recommend checking that out for like a missing link. But he keeps talking about this Carousel project. He kept saying that it would be bigger than Journey to the West, and even Jamie Hewlett mentioned that he was sick of drawing these characters. And at the time I was like, man, how could you be sick of that? But then you gotta think, this dude's probably gotta draw these characters thousands of times a day.
Yeah, animation.
Yeah.
Is grueling.
So I feel what he's saying. And they even mentioned that
they wanted it to be the last one for a minute, didn't they?
Yeah, they wanted it to be the last one. He said he wanted it to be more like the next Gorillaz won't be called Gorillaz. He said that he thinks the idea behind it is how the Who presented their movies, Tommy and Quadrophenia. Yeah. And so it was going to be Carousel. And he says, I don't think anyone from the Who was in Quadrophenia, but it's the same people working on it. That's what we're trying to do. He says, Gorillaz to us now is not like just 4 animated characters anymore. It's more like an organization of people doing new projects. That's the idea model. Gorillaz is a group of people who gave you this and now want to give you new stuff. And then he says the new project is called Carousel, which will be even bigger and difficult than Monkey. and it isn't going to fit anywhere, and no one's going to like it. And we've started work. I've done a lot of visuals. Damon's done a lot of music, but we haven't figured out how they're going to fit together. I can't say much about it yet, but it's sort of like a film, but not one story narrative. There's many stories told around a bigger story, set to music and done in live action, animation, in different styles. Well, originally it was a film, but now we think it's a film and a stage thing as well. Look, basically us doing what the fuck we want without worrying whether it's for a record company or a film company or whatever. So I'm not sure how it'll pan out or even if it will happen, but Damon's written around 70 songs for it. And I've got great plans for the visuals, but right now at this moment it's still just a really good idea. Carousel will be about the mystical aspects of Britain. And then it never happened. It evolved into what essentially would just be the next Gorillaz album, Plastic Beach.
The production process of this album was a disaster from everything I've ever heard. Fascinatingly enough, just like Art Pop, the Lady Gaga album that we both hated, I have always heard that there was supposed to be at least another album after the Plastic Beach that we got.
I can believe it, because there's...
And especially with the lore element of Plastic Beach, which is so strong.
Yeah. Because
like,
you've
there
got
was a big attempt to, like, convey a narrative.
Yeah. Because basically 2D is being forced to the new Kong Studios on the Plastic Beach to record an album he doesn't want to record, and everyone's
dead after El Mañana.
Yeah, everybody thinks Noodle is dead, so we have a cyborg Noodle now.
Murdoch built a biomechanical replacement for her.
Yeah, and now Russell, he gets the call,
has mutated to Godzilla size.
Yeah, he swims through the ocean to get to the Plastic Beach, and all the chemicals in the ocean just soak into his body, and he's a giant now. And it's like there is so much happening in the lore on this album that I don't really think went as where as we all...
It didn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Like I said, Jamie and Damon were toying with the idea that Murdoch is this ageless being who has existed at least since the 1500s.
Yeah.
And who made a deal with the fifth horseman of the apocalypse to be immortal and to become a superstar, and now the fifth horseman of the apocalypse, who I think it was, it's not pestilence, he's not war, he's the horseman of flatulence. This horseman was the boogeyman, and he's coming to collect, and that's why Murdoch is on this island in the middle. That was just based on a real thing, I might add. This massive plastic island of trash in the South Pacific.
Yeah.
And it's this crazy concept that, and that's, supposedly that's where, the album underperformed. The EMI were pissy that Damien Jamin spent so much of their money on the music videos for Plastic Beach, particularly the music video for Stylo.
Man, that video was great.
Incredible video. And not only were they so pissed off that they shit-canned the second album, they also shit-canned any and all subsequent music videos that might have come out. Because apparently, again, they were going to do a video for Rhinestone Eyes. And instead, what we wound up getting is that Plastic Beach and Phase 3 as a whole just kind of stalls and fades out.
Yeah.
And you get Dawn Chromatic and The Fall and that one track they did for a sneaker campaign in 2012. And that is all you hear out of Gorillaz until like 2016.
Yeah, it's this could have just ended the band.
They could easily have broken up permanently.
Yeah, and I thought that ultimately was what happened, because they even mentioned this would probably be the last album, and but that's when Damon just had to do some other shit before he had to come back, but yeah, so coming to 2010, the musical landscape is different again. It's the club is heavy. The club vibe is massive at this point. Rock music is mostly on the way out in the mainstream.
Yeah, your rock in 2010 is like, it's either what I have complained about so many times. It's either the beer commercial core that is like Black Keys and like that sort of thing, or it's like really good but like really bloodless and kind of emasculated stuff like Vampire Weekend and that sort of thing.
Yeah, the hipster vibe was in full swing in the rock music, and I mean we're one step away from Carly Rae Jepsen. You know, it's a whole new vibe, a massively different vibe than 2005. And when this album came out, and in March of 2010, I was getting ready to go to Mexico that next month because Cessna was closing down, and I had to go train a bunch of Mexicans down there on how to build these airplanes. And so this came out, and what's so funny is I was so hyped. My hype was massive for this album because of how much I enjoyed D-Sides and how much I loved Demon Days and how much I fucking loved the first album. My hype was massive. I went the weekend after it came out, I went to the FYE and I saw, there's two versions. There's the flat shitty digipack version. I think it had the Dawn or Dusk cover.
The orange cover.
Yeah, it had the orange cover. And then I see also the $30 Experience Edition with
which is the nighttime cover.
The nighttime cover. And I was like, damn, I don't want to spend $30. So I grab the cheaper one, the Dusk cover, and I can't remember why, but I didn't have my ID. It was in Stas's wallet, and she was working at her groom shop that day. And crazily enough, 9 out of 10 times you go to use your card, they're not going to ask you for an ID.
I have never had anyone ID me
right.
for a card of any kind.
It is rare. And the lady's like, oh, can I see your ID? I'm like, really now? Y'all never do this before. She's like, oh, I got to see your ID. I was like, shit, well, I'll be back. And I had to drive all the way back, got my ID from Stas, and then went back. And I was like, you know what? At that moment, I had a lot of time to think. And I was like, fuck it. I'm dropping $30 on the Experience Edition. Comes with a DVD, access to some internet shit, and a t-shirt, which still folded up in the box.
Exclusive access to the full Gorillaz experience.
Yeah, exactly. And, I think I only used that a couple times.
Content and features will be available in this area from March 8th, 2010 through March 8th, 2012. I'm reading this off because this is also the version of the album that I own. Which unlike your experience, I found it almost 10 years later for $8 used.
Wow, so you got it with the box and T-shirt and all that?
No, it was just the Experience Edition by itself.
Rad.
It would have been a steal to get the box and the T-shirt for $8. That would have been amazing.
Wouldn't it have
However,
been?
it still has the DVD and the cool nighttime cover, so...
Yeah, that DVD is fun. Now, so put me in perspective. I turned the album on, and I'd already been reading up everything at this point. I'm like, I'm loving the Stylo song already with Bobby Womack and Mos Def. That was the only song I checked out.
Stylo.
Only song I checked out before the album. That's when I got into my I'm only going to look at one song mode. And I put it on, man. Orchestral intro. Phenomenal. Because I'd already read they were working with an orchestra, and I was like, dude, that's going to be fucking amazing. Then I get
to the second track.
Welcome to the world of the Plastic Beach with Snoop Dogg. And, man, it was lame.
He opens up, it's like...
Gorillaz
and Boss Dog, Planet of the Apes, yo. And it is lame.
So lame.
Like, it is... we talked about this as I was listening to Plastic Beach last night. I'm like, this... The thing about Plastic Beach is it starts off weak.
Yeah. And...
like, it's a rough start.
Yeah, so I hated Snoop Dogg, and I was hyped to hear Snoop Dogg on a Gorillaz track. I was like, this is gonna be fucking cool. So I listened to the whole album, and I was underwhelmed. Then I listened to it again, and I was underwhelmed, and I just could not get into it. And I'm like, no, man. Don't give me a bad album after I waited 5 fucking years, man. No. And over the years, I would go back to it. And then a couple years later, I started liking it more and more and more. And more and more. And I love the shit out of the album. But it's the first time where I could be like, damn, this is a great Gorillaz album, but with some pretty fucking flaws up in there, man. And I understood it, because he was saying, this is the closest to a pop record we're gonna do. And I was ready to accept that. And for a pop album, it's incredibly experimental and different, but I was like, you could do better than this. Man, but nowadays, I have really warmed up to the album, and, like, I say it's essential listening as well, like, just a different point in time. And, like you said yesterday, like, once you hit Rhinestone Eyes, the album really picks up. But for a second here, just let me turn on White Flag for a second.
We probably should have been doing this the whole time.
Oh, yeah.
Look, yo, no cost to wait, no...
Okay, yeah, I do remember White Flag now. White Flag, I love the Asian influence.
The orchestral bits are annoying, but, like, my thing with White Flag, and I will admit, this is a me problem. This is not a Gorillaz problem. This is a me problem. I don't like UK hip hop. It does, I don't know whether it's like proper UK. These guys are proper UK hip hop, or whether it's grime, because UK hip hop and grime are two different things. I don't like grime, and I don't especially like UK hip hop either. Like, I think probably the closest thing I like to UK hip hop is MF Doom.
Yeah, and you know what's crazy is I keep forgetting he's British all the time.
Well, I think it's like he was born there, and like maybe he was there when he was a kid, but like he came here at a relatively young age.
Yeah, so you can't really tell. But
Yeah.
I don't think I've heard
just-
enough UK hip hop to really have an opinion. But I will say
and, you know,
the rapping bits on here aren't that great. But
they really aren't.
But to me, the orchestra stuff and that Asian influence, that like, I love the shit out of that part, especially at the end when it's really picking up and it's going into like really cool.
Yeah,
but the stuff in between is what really annoys me. Is like, damn, it's like you've got a crazy clash going on right here.
And like, you're probably right that I also probably have not heard enough UK hip hop to really say whether I like it or dislike. I think, actually, you know what? I said the closest thing to UK hip hop that I like is MF Doom. That's a bold-faced lie because I like MIA.
Oh yeah, see, I fucking love MIA.
And she's straight up UK hip hop, so disregard anything I just said along those lines. It's like I said, you know, it's a rough start. You know, the orchestral intro is great. Welcome to the world of the Plastic Beach. The music is good, but Snoop Dogg is like,
it's like,
this is one of the laziest Snoop Dogg features I have ever heard.
Yeah, lazy as fuck. Just no, it's like he's there just to fucking be there. And he's not even really rapping. I just see him with a joint in his hand and like no direction. It's almost like Damon said.
It's like, welcome to the world of Plastic Beach.
Yeah, it's almost like Damon told him, look, man, the album's called Plastic Beach and the group is Gorillaz. Here's a joint, go in the vocal booth. And that was it. He gets, welcome to the world. Fucking, Gorillaz in the planet of the apes. Oh, it's so bad.
It's not like to me, it's like I said when we talked about Demon Days. I get, you know, Gorillaz superfan Travis in 2010 being so disappointed, and because I kind of felt the same way about Humans in 2017, you know?
Yeah.
But like I said, you know, when you get to Rhinestone Eyes starts to redeem the album, because that's weird.
The album starts getting better.
Huh?
The album starts getting better from that point on. Rhinestone Eyes is good.
And when you get to Stylo, of course, Stylo is phenomenal.
Yeah, that beat, boom, 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 boom. Fucking love that. And
you got Bobby Womack singing his ass off.
Singing his ass off. Love, it's electric.
Did you know that Damon... Huh?
Huh? Just singing a song.
Did you know that Damon Albarn actually produced... I don't know whether it was Bobby Womack's last album, but like Damon Albarn wrote and produced one of his last albums.
Really? That's interesting.
Right around this time. It's one of those forgotten Damon Albarn projects, like I think it's the Rocket Juice and the Moon album is the little supergroup he had with Flea.
Yeah, I gotta get that album too. Like, it's crazy that I have a handful of Damon Albarn projects, but not enough Blur. Like, I've got Park Life and the self-titled album. Like, I gotta get a little deeper on my Damon Albarn wagon.
Like, I have like pretty much all of his major stuff, except for the Rocket Juice and the Moon and the Monkey Journey to the West.
Yeah, Monkey is great. If you're wanting some weird experimental shit, Monkey is cool.
But yeah, you get Super Fast Jellyfish, which is De La Soul, which I didn't like the first time I listened to it, but like last night I was digging it.
Yeah, I love the shit out of that. It's a real fun track. Like, they feel like cartoon characters on that song. The way they're talking to each other. It's one of the better ones that kind of feel like opens up the world like they're wanting it to, where it feels like it could be a scene in a movie. You've got these two cartoon characters, and they're, one's talking about, yeah, let me get at this and let me get at that, and it just.
And then you get Empire Ants. And that's one of my favorites on this album.
Yeah, Empire Ants is fantastic.
Like, I loved how that's very, like, hazy and dreamlike at first. And then it picks up at the end and becomes this awesome synth pop track. And I love the vocals from the lead singer for Little Dragon.
Yeah.
I always mean to, like, who are a band I always mean to listen to, but I never do.
Yeah, I have never checked out Little Dragon.
And, like, it's like I said, this is an album that is, like, there's some very conceptual stuff on here. So, like, there are lines on Empire Ants that make me think, is this supposed to be from the perspective of Robot Noodle?
Yeah, right?
Like, is this sort of acknowledging, like, yeah, I'm a copy of someone else? Like, that's kind of fucked up. You know?
Yeah. And then Glitter Freeze is really fucking good.
And that, well, I mean, it would be because it has the guy from The Fall on it. Marquis Smith, who is the only guy from The Fall, I might add.
Yeah.
Or I should say was, because he passed away. I mean, it's he's another dude. It's like Miles Davis. You look at his drug abuse, and you're like, it is a wonder that man lived to be 60.
Yeah. He is definitely. I can't even remember what I was gonna say.
And the crazy thing is, like, as far as I know, he's only has some, like, spoken word bits on there. Like, he has that opening, "Where's north from here?" kind of thing.
Yeah. And then Lou Reed on Some Kind of Nature, that's a really good song.
Some Kind of Nature is like that's another phenomenal track. Like, it's like I was saying to you, when this album gets going,
it gets going.
It goes.
It
is a phenomenal album when it gets going.
Definitely.
It just starts rough.
Yeah, for a long time I was like, this is a half good album, but nowadays I'm like, it's a good. Hell, there's only really 2 tracks that I don't really get into, and we're about to be on the next one.
Yeah, I actually like on Melancholy Hill, but I get why you don't.
It is so. I think it's really the music in it. It is so up on Melancholy Hill. I don't know. The music in it annoys me.
I get that. I get that because it is so pop.
Yes, so pop. Whereas everything else has a cool.
It's probably the poppiest thing Damon Albarn has ever done.
Yeah, where the rest of the album has a cool synth funk kind of vibe. That thing gets real poppy.
And like I said, I like the track. I think instrumentally there are some interesting things going on with the synths. I also probably have a higher tolerance for silly pop music than you do.
But I forgot to mention how good Mos Def is on Stylo.
Yeah, he is.
And Mos Def is a dude that I've never really checked out before this. He's a guy I always knew about, but I never looked into his music before. But Broken, let me turn on Broken for a second and see if I can remember that.
I love for that track. That's a great one to me.
Okay, yeah. That's a cool ass track.
Because this is where Damon Albarn, like, something I haven't talked about. I have this theory about Gorillaz, where I think Damon Albarn obviously was huge. He was like one of the figureheads of Britpop. Thing about Britpop is that if you talk to people from the UK, Britpop has kind of a mixed legacy.
Yeah.
A lot of people a lot of people do not like Britpop. Who are like in their 20s when it was popular. Hate Britpop in retrospect. In the same way that a lot of people who were in their 20s when grunge was going on are at least vaguely embarrassed by it now. There's almost, when you talk to some of these people, it's almost like, it's like, we got caught in a scam, man. They pulled the wool over our eyes, and there's this attitude that you get sometimes in Britain where people are like, man, Britpop was an abomination. It had its boot down on all the good music that was happening in Britain in the 90s, all the black music, all the electronic music, and it just held that music down and kept it out of the spotlight. So working class dudes from Manchester could sing third-rate Beatles imitations and be the most popular band in English history. And I bring that up because I think Damon Albarn kind of felt that way for a period of time. Because once Blur are done with Britpop, they run as far away from Britpop as they possibly can be. And in Damon Albarn's case, he runs as far away from stereotypically English music as he possibly can. He comes and he messes with American music and hip hop and whatnot. And I think Plastic Beach is sort of the beginning of Albarn sort of drifting back towards a more, again, stereotypically English sound,
Yeah.
Because Blur wound up getting back together after this album. The most recent, The Good, the Bad, and the Queen album is the closest he's come to like anything remotely like Britpop since like 95.
Yeah.
So it's interesting, and I'm not sure how true that theory is, but it's a vibe that I get.
That is a pretty good theory, for real. Damn sure is. It's real interesting.
But Broken I like a lot.
Broken's chill. But
that's like, yeah, I love the music, and then the lyrics are depressing as all get out. That's the beginning of like, in a way, it's like the beginning of modern Damon Albarn, where like the lyrics are depressing as fuck.
Yeah, true that.
Even if the song is happy, like, I remember that when I was listening to, I forget what the name of that first track on the Now is. It's so beachy and happy sounding, but if you listen to the lyrics, it's like, I don't want this isolation. See the state I'm in now.
Yeah.
So then you got Sweepstakes,
Which is probably the best Mos Def performance on the album.
I will agree with that.
Mos Def goes hard on that track.
And then you have 3 tracks I always forget.
Yeah, Plastic Beach. Let me turn that one on for a slight second. Oh, yeah. Plastic Beach is phenomenal.
Actually, that one, no, I don't forget that, because that has it's a Casio on a plastic beach, it's a Casio on a plastic beach.
Yeah, that one is phenomenal. And then what is To Bing? To Binge?
Binge. To binge.
Oh, To Binge. I am a horrible, horrible reader. Oh, yeah. Yeah, To Binge I don't really get into all that much.
I like it, but I don't like it as much as, I certainly don't like it as much as Empire Ants.
Yeah. But then, The Cloud of Unknowing with Bobby Womack, holy fuck, that is great.
The Cloud of Unknowing is phenomenal, and then Pirate Jet.
Pirate Jet is awesome.
Like, I love
Pirate
it's
Jet,
all
Pirate
good
Jet.
news now, because we left the taps running for 1,000 years.
Yeah, you know what? Pirate Jet reminds me of some of the early Gorillaz shit.
It does, and one of those, I want to say it might be Pirate Jet. One of those tracks has one of the guys from the Clash on it.
Let me see. Probably Paul. How do you say his last name? Simonon? Yeah, Paul Simon.
I'm gonna guess so.
Based on track 13. He's actually based on
The Good, the Bad, and the Queen too.
Yeah, he's actually Mick Jones is on here too. Shit, so that's 2 Clash guys, bass and guitar.
He's on Plastic Beach.
Beach. So you got 2 Clash members on here. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and then it's like we were saying, it's a lot. It's weird because like I'm kind of like you. I think of this album, I'm like, there's a lot that I don't like. But when I listen to it, there's not.
Yeah,
there's two tracks that I don't like, and it's Welcome to the World of the Plastic Beach and White Flag.
And it was my hype, man. Just feeling that they could. This album took me for a loop. And it's another one that I really had to put a lot of effort into liking it. Therefore, I appreciate it a little more because I had to put time in it and really pay attention and work hard to like it. But really, the only songs I don't really get into, To Binge, Melancholy Hill, Welcome to the World of Plastic Beach, and parts of White Flag. That's 4 out of 16, So it's still a solid album.
2 out of 16, and you know what the crazy thing, this is a lot of people's favorite Gorillaz album.
There are a lot of people that absolutely love this album.
Because this was when the by this point, Tumblr was a thing.
Yeah. MySpace was almost on its way out.
The Tumblr crowd were all over Gorillaz at this point.
Yeah.
Because I remember, like, you would see fan art. When I got into the band was during, like I've said, that, like, long break between The Fall and Humans. At which point, like, that fandom was kind of like, at least the Fairweather fans were dead,
Yeah.
That fandom was dead. Like the people who were still burning the torch were like guys like you, pretty much. So all that would you would look up Gorillaz and you would only find stuff from like 2010, 2012. Like, it was wild, because they really did go away for a long time.
They really did, man. Like, there was people like me who was still, like, rocking that Gorillaz torch and hoping for another album. And we got one coming up that we're about to be talking about.
This is not even 6 months late, or maybe it is 6 months late.
Let's go ahead and rate the album, and then I'm going to go burn. What do you rate Plastic Beach?
This is one where, like, I didn't think I was going to rate it this high.
Me too.
I really
I didn't
did
think
not
I
think
would
I
either.
was going to rate it this high. I'm going to drop another 9.
I feel you there. I'm going to drop another 9 as well.
I'm going to drop another 9.
Because, like I said, 4 out of 16 tracks, it's not bad. And I can listen to them. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not skipping them. Even though I don't get into them as much, it's a definite 9 again.
What did you rate it?
It's a 9.
Yeah, like I said, I thought it was gonna be like an 8.5, but like no, I liked this time around. I liked it a lot more than I
Yeah.
expected.
I like it more every time I hear it. And it's one that I rarely go to all the time. But, I've listened to it more than G-sides or D-sides, I've even listened to it more than The Fall.
The crazy thing about this album is that, like, this is one where I did not own the album for, like, a long time. Like I said, I didn't get it until summer of 2019. But there were the tracks on the album that I love were tracks that I bumped for, like, the last 4 years. You know?
Yeah, true that.
So I guess we are going to be taking a break to do various things, and we will be back after these messages.
Okay, we're back. And what album are we talking about next?
We're talking about The Fall.
The Fall, which
But not the badass post-punk band.
yeah, it is. It's an interesting album. It was recorded when he was on the North American leg of the Escape to Plastic Beach tour, and it was
that was a thing for the first time. Proper Gorillaz tours.
Yeah.
Because they performed live a little bit during the Demon Days era, but they did it, like, only specific venues. And,
yeah,
like,
they didn't go on major tours.
They were kind of, like, that was at the point where they kind of, like, where they were, like, keeping up the facade of, like, Gorillaz is actually a virtual band.
Yeah.
Damon Albarn is just their press agent.
Yeah.
Whereas they had, like, have you ever seen the little, like, basically, because there's Gorillaz is performing as a touring band and not the cartoon characters, did you ever see the little animations they came up with to explain what the Gorillaz are doing during the performances?
Yeah, I think it's real fun because
it is.
When one character doesn't have a moment to play their instrument, they're kind of just diddling around,
And I love the little things they came up with to explain, like, why there are touring musicians out on stage, that, the band got locked in their room.
Yeah.
And Murdoch just gets progressively more unhinged.
Yeah.
To the point where in the last one, the room is trashed. 2D's, like, head is through a bin. The the Noodle robot is, like, twitching and sparking. And Murdoch is in this pile of rubble, like, playing broken and, like, crying to himself. Like, those were some funny, like, that's something else I like about the Gorillaz lore, is I like how tongue-in-cheek it is.
Yeah.
Like, no matter how dark it is, it always comes back to, like, a comedic center.
Yeah.
But yeah, The Fall is interesting because, like, for whatever reason, they opted not to put out a B-sides album.
Which I wish they did, because there's tons of shit recorded for Plastic Beach that has never seen the light of day. There's a British band called the Horrors that were really cool, and the only glimpse of that song you get is on the DVD, and I'm like, damn, this sounds so cool. It's got that Gorillaz sound that at the time I was kind of missing. The more rock sound. When I understand why I didn't put it on, because when you look at it, it wouldn't fit the vibe of the rest of the album. But I would love to hear some of these songs that were recorded that never made the light of day. And you're right, they didn't do a P-sides. Instead, he recorded this little album on tour with his iPad.
Yeah, and it's I hate to say it. It is really interesting. You are right. But out of all the main Gorillaz albums, it's the closest to a one and done that there is.
Yeah, it is. I love that it's very experimental. But
like at the time, I get how somebody like yourself who was not a fan of Plastic Beach at the time could be like, this is so much better, but like now it's kind of the opposite for me.
yeah, because at the time I was liking it more. But over the years, it's one of the least ones. It's one of the least ones that I play. But there's songs that I really like. I mean, I like Phoner to Arizona, and I really like Little Pink Plastic Bags and the Joplin Spider, the Snake in Dallas. Amarillo is really good. And Bobby and Phoenix is one of my favorites.
Yeah, it's a good album. It's just not especially memorable to me.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I just had to, when I was smoking just a minute ago, I had to sift through it real quick to get a refresher, because I was just like, wow, man. I can never really remember anything on here. Even the ones that I like, I'm not remembering once I turn it off.
Because it's like, I was thinking like, maybe this is gonna be like the Now Now. But when I listened to the Now Now, I was like, no, I remember every song on the Now Now.
Yeah.
And this one, I don't. I listened to it last night, and I don't remember a single track.
Yeah, I probably, if they would have done a B-sides, I probably would like that more than this.
Yeah.
It's sad when D-sides, an album of outtakes, is better than what is essentially a brand new album.
Yeah.
And, it's not a bad album at all, but it doesn't...
No.
It doesn't do much for me. But I did.
It's a 7.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's a 7. I mean... I like that there's not a lot of collabs on here. I mean, you've got fucking Bobby Womack. He sings on one track, but the other guests are just there to play instruments, like Paul Simonon. I can never say his name, and Mick Jones are there to.
I don't know exactly how you say his name either, but. Yeah, to me, it's one that shows why Gorillaz needed to go away for a period of time.
Yeah.
Like you were saying on Plastic Beach, Damon needed to do other stuff.
Yeah, he needed to get it out of his system for a while. And
honestly, like, if his solo album from 2014 is anything to go by, he just wasn't in a super amazing place musically in the early to mid 2010s.
Yeah.
Because that solo album, I eventually I want us to do like a straight up Damon Albarn retrospective, where we can talk about the Good, the Bad, and the Queen, his solo albums, Rocket Juice and the Moon. We can even do like Demo Crazy if you really wanted to, and Monkey. We can talk about the Monkey album.
Yeah, pretty much everything that isn't Blur or Gorillaz, because we'd have to do a full-on Blur one too.
Absolutely. I want to do that eventually.
But yeah, not a very. It's one that it's not essential listening. This is definitely a. If you got to have them all, get it.
I hate to say it, but it's the weakest Gorillaz album to me.
Yeah.
Out of the main ones,
it is. which isn't a bad
Like,
thing, because, like, it
when
really...
your lowest album is a 7,
Yeah.
that's a pretty high bar to me.
So, Gorillaz went silent for a long time after this. And then you started hearing out of the woodwork, oh, we're working on new Gorillaz stuff. Like, I think around 2016, maybe 2015 would be the earliest I heard any kind of mention that they're working on new stuff. And then, boom, they drop Hallelujah Money. And I was like obsessed. I was like, dude, this song is so fucking good. And man, I think, for as good as this album is, I think they handled it pretty poorly. Because they recorded all this music. And if you buy the deluxe edition with the second disc, you're still not getting all the songs. You have to buy that massive vinyl box set, which has even more songs than this. And that annoyed me. I was like, you could have fit all of those on that second disc. And, you know what I mean? And then, like, just a couple months after the album dropped, they did that, non-album track that was really damn good, and a lot of people were like, shit, this is better than the whole album. Like, I think they kind of handled things a little poorly as far as releasing the music recorded for this thing. Know what I mean? Are you there? Have we lost John again? I think we lost John again. Hello?
Hello?
All
Is
right.
there anyone there?
He's back. Did you hear any of what I was saying?
I heard all of what you're saying. I just got muted on my end for some reason.
Weird. We're just having all kinds of technical difficulties.
I wanted to say there are two I completely agree with everything you're saying. 2 tracks we need to talk about. The first of which we can keep it short because I know you hate it. Donkomatic, a single they released right after Plastic Beach.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
The closest thing we have ever gotten to any sort of unreleased Plastic Beach leftovers. And it's weird to me that they even released it.
Yeah, and I was just... I don't know who's singing on that, but that guy's voice was not doing it for me.
It sounded like a woman, but it was a dude.
Yeah.
And it's all right, but it's as I said to you the other day, I'm glad it's not on the album because it doesn't fit.
Yeah, it was just not a song I'm trying to get into. I was like, oh, cool, a new Gorillaz song, and then I was like, I have never listened to it since that first time I heard it, when it first dropped.
And the other thing is that weird-ass track they did with Andre 3000.
Damn, I never knew about that.
It was called Do Your Thing, or Do Your Thing. It dropped in 2012. I believe it was a promo thing for, like, charity? Or, like, something. Maybe it was, like, sneaker advert to Gorillaz sneakers or something like that. It was a one-off in, like, 2012, and I'm blown away that you never heard about it.
Yeah, I've never heard of that. And Donkomatic actually winds up on their singles collection CD.
Yeah. So that, Do Your Thing is the closest thing to new Gorillaz we got for 7 years.
Yeah.
And that wait was insane. Like you were saying, like I was saying earlier, that fandom kind of died in those 7 years.
Yeah, it shifted more,
like,
man.
And then, because the hype for Humans was unreal.
Yeah, the hype was massive.
And because it's been so funny because I am a major Resident Evil fan.
Yeah.
And I'm interested in the Final Fantasy VII remake. Not necessarily a fan of the series, but I'm interested in it. And I've been telling people, it is surreal for me to watch these fan bases that in some cases have existed since around the time I was born, roaring back to life after, like, in some cases, decades of dormancy.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how it was when Humans dropped.
Yeah, it really was because, I enjoy the fact that whenever Gorillaz puts something out that a lot of people are paying attention. Like, even when the Now Now came out, there was a good bit of hype and there was people talking about them. And I'm like, wow, like, because even so, like, I'll say, after Humans dropped, after the first couple reviews, people just forgot about it.
So my story with Humans is that I was hyped. I was hyped, and when I heard Hallelujah Money, I was like, this is incredible.
Yeah.
Like, Hallelujah Money was giving me the same kind of vibes as the Triad on Demon Days. In a much darker way, because the lyrics to Hallelujah Money are dark as it gets.
Yeah.
Like, when you really listen to it, it's basically from the perspective of a Donald Trump type character.
Yeah.
Of like a demagogue fueling people's paranoia and fear of outsiders to amass power and fortune for themselves. But like, it was hitting those notes, and when I heard it, I was like, this is incredible. But then at some point they dropped Andromeda, and I was loving that. And they dropped Saturn's Bars, and I was not liking that as much at first. Because the thing about Humans is that Humans, and well, let me finish my story. So anyway, months go by. And by the time I'm picking up Humans, I am in a completely different place musically. I am buying all of the funk I can get my hands on. I'm heavily into jazz again. And so I was not necessarily feeling a new Gorillaz the way I was in, like, say, January.
Yeah.
So it comes out, I think, in April?
Yeah, like, end of April.
End of April? I think it was, like, early to mid-May before I picked it up.
Damn.
Actually, no, it was the end of May before I picked it up. But when I went, I was like, I have a job. I'm working 70 hours a week, or close to it. I'm gonna buy the deluxe edition. Get those, like, 5 extra songs. It was, I think the deluxe edition was like $22 at that time.
Yeah, it was best to get it at Best Buy because it was like $13. And
yeah,
because I had pre-ordered it for like $17, and Josh bought it day one for fucking $13 at Best Buy, and I was like, damn, if I could have just waited.
Yeah. Oh man, those days when Best Buy still had CDs. Best Buy used to be the best place to get a CD.
Especially when everyone else closed and they were the last ones.
Yeah, there was a point in time where Best Buy was like the last place the last like major retailer that still really sold new CDs.
I first started noticing they finally dwindled it down further massively back in 2016 when I was trying to find Big Boat from Fish and they didn't have it, so I had to Amazon it. But like they dropped the CD selection drastically, but would still get some new releases. One of the last times I bought new albums, I went and got the new Fleet Foxes there, and it was a little harder to find. Like it wasn't even on a display, like they normally would have. And then the last CD I bought there before they finally cut it all out was Avatar's Avatar Country, and that one was hard to find too. Like I had to dig around to find that motherfucker, and that was it. Like it was done.
I think the last album I bought at a Best Buy that I can remember was probably that Iron Maiden album and that Muse album in like 2016, because the thing about Best Buy is that Best Buy stopped carrying the kind of music that I like.
Yeah.
It would be like all the new rap and like the new metal, and like it's like I told you last night, like I was heavily into metal for about a year and a half, and I burned myself out on that stuff. Like there was, with the exception of the first I Wrestled the Bear Once album, there was like 4 or 5 years where I did not buy a metal album.
Yeah, I feel you there.
Because it's like the I Wrestled the Bear Once, I think it was so unique that it almost didn't register for me as metal.
Yeah.
Because it's like crazy electronic, grindcore, mallcore, late 2000s meme music with Bjork vocals.
Yeah, that was some good shit.
Yeah, it was. But like, so I don't remember where I bought Humans, but anyway, I put it in, and you come into the first track, and it's not the first track. Let me bring up Humans. So it is the first real track. You have intro, I switched my robot off, and then you get Ascension with who is on Ascension?
Vince Staples.
Vince Staples, and he is incredible on Ascension. Like you listen, you turn on, and I remember a lot of people making the joke. You turn on a Gorillaz album, and you have Vince Staples saying "Police everywhere" like an N-word, "Kill the white man."
Yeah.
And it's like, I was like, damn, this is good.
Damn.
And then Strobe Light.
I never thought I would hear a Gorillaz song with the lines, "The sky is falling, baby, drop that ass for it crash." Like,
yeah, and like I loved Ascension, and then Strobe Light came on, and like remember, like I said, I was in a big funk phase at the time, and Strobe Light is phenomenal too.
Yeah,
I forget what that guy's name is. Pevin Everett doesn't even have his own Wikipedia article.
Yeah.
But he is phenomenal on there. He is singing phenomenal soul vocals. And then, like I said, it gets to Saturn's Bars, and like 2020 John likes Saturn's Bars, but 2017 John not so much.
Yeah, I dug Saturn's Bars from the moment I first heard it. It's still one of my favorite tracks on here.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, it's still one of my favorite tracks.
And then you've got Moments with De La Soul and
Ezekiel.
Charger with Grace Jones. Oh my god.
Like, dude, Moments is fantastic. I love Moments. Like I said, De La Soul always kill it when they're on a Gorillaz track.
Yeah, they do.
And Submission, though. I like Submission with Danny Brown. But Charger with Grace Jones, fucking love that shit.
Oh yeah, Submission is great. Yeah, no, Charger is amazing. And then Andromeda's great too. But somewhere in there, back in 2017, I was not feeling this album. And I was not feeling this album. It was just like you, where I was, with you and Plastic Beach, I kind of had that experience where it was more like the album starts great, and then in 2017 it just trailed off for me until you get back to Hallelujah Money. Although I will say, my one critique of the album is that it feels odd to end it with "We've Got the Power."
Yeah.
Because Hallelujah Money is such a big moment, even though it's easily your villain song.
Yeah.
On a musical level, on a performance level, because Benjamin Clementine, who I need to check out, is incredible performance on that track.
Yeah, definitely phenomenal.
And it has that presence, it has that big, bombastic finish that, I like on an album. And then it goes into "We've Got the Power."
Which, yeah, is a good song, but I think it could have been before Hallelujah Money. They should have ended disc 1 with "We Got the Power."
And one thing I love about this... What?
I accidentally said they should have ended it with "We Got the Power," but I meant to say they should have ended it with "Hallelujah Money."
We've got the power, excessive force.
Yeah.
Industrial soundtrack to the Holy Wars. That's always what I think of now when any song is "We've got the power."
Yeah, seriously. We've got the power, excessive force. Yeah, dude. Love the shit out of that. But that's how I was feeling.
Well, yeah?
Yeah, go ahead and finish your little story.
Anyway, like I said, I soured on it. I was loving aspects of it, but something about the whole did not cohere for me. And the more I listened to it, the less I liked it. And I held off on reviewing it for a period of time because, I was thinking, would I have, I need to appreciate this because it was I was saying, it was like the Phantom Menace,
Yeah.
The album can't be bad. I must be wrong. And eventually I got to the point where I didn't like it very much, and for a long time I thought this was the worst Gorillaz album.
Damn.
Or long in relative terms. Well, the worst Gorillaz album that wasn't The Fall.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, I still kind of think it's the worst Gorillaz album that's not The Fall, but I like it a lot more than I used to.
Yeah. Yeah, it's,
So, what's your story?
When it finally dropped, I was loving every minute of this album. Every single minute. And I remember when it was coming out that they said that there was a lot of Trump references, because they said this album is going to be a party for the end of the world, and Trump was heavily being talked shit about on here, but they decided to edit any reference to Trump, which I think is a good thing, because it makes the album timeless, because if you hear it any time after that, it's, oh yeah, this is the Trump record. But then there's parts where it's like, oh, are they cutting out a cuss word? Oh, no, they're cutting out Trump's name. But I was loving every minute of this album when I first heard it. And I remember when I was listening to it, I was at my house. My brother's living next door. Josh was over there, and they were listening to it. And fucking, when we got together to do the review, man, I'm dropping tens everywhere. And Zach mentioned, and Josh, that it just feels like a compilation album with Gorillaz' name on there. And I'm like, the more I thought about that, I was like, damn, dude, that's kind of true. Like this one,
Kinda does.
this one goes heavy on the collabs to the point where Damon Albarn is hardly on any of these tracks. And when he's there, it's still not enough. It's like, this is overuse of collaborations. And even though I like the collaborations, I'm at the same time, I'm like, damn, I just want some good old Gorillaz songs, man. Like, for real. But Ascension is fun. Strobe Light I like. Saturn's Bars, Moments. Like, I'm digging it. Charger. Busted in Blue is boring. Still not a big fan of that track. But I like Carnival. I like Let Me Out. Sex Murder Party. You know, I still like this album a lot. But
I like Busted in Blue, but it should have been 2.5 minutes as opposed to 4.5.
God, yeah, dude, it's just too slow with nothing going on. And, you know, I remember even saying it's a straight up 10, you know, with the rest of the music, get the deluxe edition. You're missing 6 tracks here, you know, another interlude and 5 songs. But, you know, over the years since I haven't really turned it back on. And when I do, I'm like, I'm digging it, but then I'm not all into it anymore. So I think all those 10s that I was throwing out, you know, they have waned a little bit. But still a solid album. Definitely worth checking out. Because as far as party music, this is a great album. There's some good shit on here. Music-wise, lyric-wise, collaboration-wise. There's just a lot of fun to be had on this album, but fucking, like I said, the hype came, and then once the album dropped, it was over. Like, people quit talking about it, and so did I. Like, you know, I was kind of over
This got weak reviews.
Mm-hmm.
Like, everybody was hating on it. I don't know if it got bad reviews, but it got very mixed reviews.
Yeah, it was pretty, the reception was generally positive, but that's like with your main critics. But like the internet critics, like people who,
like Fantano.
Yeah, like they were all pretty lukewarm on the album, for the most part. And I was one of the few like YouTube guys who was like, "Oh, I love this album." But now I'm like, still love it, but it's, you know, I have moved away from it.
Yeah, it's funny because, like, when I listened to it again last night, I was blown away by how much more I liked it.
Yeah. Because when I turned it back on, it was the fird time I had heard it in about 3 years. And I was like, oh,
Same.
damn, I forgot about this. Oh, damn, I forgot about this. And it was like, it was bringing back some good stuff. But now that I'm like, you know, even though I was enjoying it, I'm like, maybe I was running on hype fumes, you know, when I was first listening to this album. Because now I'm listening to it with a different perspective.
Yeah, and it's like, to me, it's like, you know, this was, you know, when I bought Humans, this was like the last time was like around the time, it was the last time I was ever in like a all old music all the time kind of mood.
Yeah.
And that did not help me at the time. And even like summer 2017 was a pretty dark moment in my life. And when I came out of it in the fall and I went back to school, I was like, I want to change what I am into musically. And I like completely that was when I started checking out hip-hop finally.
Yeah.
That was when I started to buy St. Vincent's albums.
Yeah.
So it was, I started to buy a lot of different music that I had not been into up to that moment in time. And so, in a way, I think I had to expand my horizons because you are dead on about the collaborations going over the top.
Yeah, just a little too much, man.
This when I joke about Gorillaz becoming Damon Albarn's funky hip hop sampler, this is what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, this is like the peak, and Zach and Josh's complaint was pretty much everybody's complaint about the album. Like, so many people on the internet felt the same way with it's just a compilation album with Gorillaz name on top. Like, there's nothing on here that has the Gorillaz, and I was too at first. I was defending the collaborations. I was like, well, that's what they are now, it's about the collaborations. But then the more I thought about it, I was like, but there is hardly any 2D on here. There's like no stamp of normal Gorillaz anywhere.
Oh my God, we forgot the viewer participation aspect of the video.
Oh yeah.
We should probably do that now because your comments about all that was reminding me of let me bring it up that let me bring up the takes and we can read them out.
Yeah, I got them right now here. There's 5 comments.
I got them here too.
So when we normally do these, I always try to remember to say, hey, we're doing we're talking about this band on the show. Does anybody on our Speaker Brains group or Fresh from the Basement Facebook group join them if you want to join in on the fun? But don't be a dick. That's the only rule.
That's a good rule.
Yeah, so I said, anybody got any thoughts, and we'll read them out on the podcast. And my buddy Abraham Ram says they know how to write timeless songs while still being experimental, but sometimes they experiment too much and create albums that are just unlistenable. And our buddy David Anderson, he comes in and says, I fully agree. As full albums go, I could only really listen to the self-titled fully. Humans was close, but the rest are hit and miss. And then,
that's the comment I was thinking of, because that was, when I saw that yesterday, I almost asked him to explain, because, what a fascinating other album to choose,
Yeah.
Not because I think he's wrong, everybody's got their own point of view, and, it's perfectly valid, but, I would just be interested to know the rationale.
Yeah, because I'm like, damn, David, you only can listen to the first album and maybe Humans? Bro, what about Demon Days?
I only know David, when he's on your video. Of course, David could be into all kinds of music, I don't know. But, when he's on your guys' channel, it's pretty much for, heavy metal.
Yeah, most of the time. David's a straight-up metalhead all the way. He's into other things too, but yeah, he is straight up metal guy. But then our other buddy,
there ain't no metal on Humans.
Yeah, but he lists, but he also he likes Billie Eilish. He likes a lot of shit. He likes a lot of different stuff.
Yeah. Everybody should,
Yeah.
And that's one thing. I do not understand people who only listen to one genre.
Yeah, I couldn't handle that. I can't handle that.
I would get bored fast.
Yeah, seriously. But our other buddy, Chase Cruz, says, I'm trying to think of a group you like and listen to that you could do. I'll get back to you on this. So, okay, he didn't say anything about Gorillaz, but another buddy, Jacob Thompson, he says, I don't have any of their music, but I do like several of their songs. And so yeah, there are the comments.
And some guy named Travis Jones says, "Awesome, keep it coming."
Yeah, I don't know who the fuck that jackass is. But yeah, my thing with this album is
Ideally, we would have done this at the beginning of the video, but we're sorry.
Yeah, sorry, and they probably aren't even here anymore to listen. You know, we're so fucking long into this thing. But my main annoyance is, yeah, it feels like it's a nice big collaboration album, but man, it is, oof. There is. I mean, you get 26 tracks if you have the deluxe edition. But to get the full experience, you need the Super Deluxe Edition, which I believe was only released on vinyl, and that is 34 tracks. So technically, spending the extra money for the deluxe, you're still missing 8 fucking tracks, man.
This album is too long.
It is bloated. It is incredibly bloated. I like the interlude tracks, but they're unnecessary.
But they don't need to be there.
Yeah, I mean, I like them because I like stuff like that. But yeah, they overstuff an album that is incredibly bloated. Even if you just have the one disc with the 20 tracks, it's still fucking bloated, man.
And what blows me away about that is the original, the standard edition, the 20-track version, is only barely 50 minutes.
Yeah, and that's...
But it feels like an hour.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's just bloated. And then when you get the deluxe version altogether, it's 68 minutes. But fucking A, if you get the Super Deluxe, that is a 90-minute ride.
Yeah, it's. I can agree with you that they botched the rollout of this album, and I think they botched aspects of it. Like, it's an album that, like, you take it track by track and it's great.
Mm-hmm.
But you somehow the sum of the parts doesn't quite cohere.
Yeah, like, once I start thinking about it, like, I like it less, but when I'm listening to it, I'm all into it.
Yeah. Because, like, here's my thing about this album is that I will always, like, have some degree of respect for an album that will put Mavis Staples and Pusha T on the same track.
Yeah, like, Pusha fucking T, man, like, what a lame dude. I've never listened to Pusha T, so I don't know. He might be amazing, but I am just not like, dude, I gotta get a Pusha T album, yo.
Like, I'm not super interested in him either. I like his track on here.
Yeah, Let Me Out is cool.
But, like, I read that, like, a lot of the collaboration choices on this album were driven by Damon Albarn trying to impress his daughter.
Whoa! Oh, who are you listening to now, daughter? I'm listening to Pusha T, Daddy. All right.
I like that. Well, you know that he named his daughter after Missy Elliott.
Oh, did he? So what's her name?
Which is amazing to me. What?
What's her name? Is it Missy or is it Elliott? Or is it Misdemeanor?
Missy. Misdemeanor.
Oh, right, Missy.
Hello, I would like you all to meet my daughter, Misdemeanor Albon.
Misdemeanor Albon. All right, Missy. Who are you listening to today? Oh, Daddy, I'm listening to Vince Staples. All right, I'm gonna get him on the album then. Get him to talk about dropping ass. Who are you listening to today, Missy? Oh, I'm listening to Popcan. Who the fuck is Popcan? Oh, just a new guy, like. All right, we'll get him on the album. Give him a phone. Give him a ring.
Yeah.
We'll just phone him up. Get him in over here in Kong Studios.
I mean, his daughter was like, I want to say. No, she would have been like. God, I don't know how old his daughter is. She would have been a teenager by this point because his daughter's like 2 or 3 years younger than me, I think.
Who are you listening to
Like-
now, Missy? Oh, I'm listening to Grace Jones. How the fuck do you know about Grace Jones? Fuck. Oh, I like De La Soul. Oh shit, that saves me a phone call. They're already here.
What are you listening to today, Missy? Oh, Daddy, I'm listening to Oasis.
Right, right. Oh fuck. Let me give Noel a call.
I mean, imagine being like the dude that Oasis like said like should get AIDS and die, and your kid.
That is hilarious.
I'm still amazed that happened. That like Noel buried the hatchet with Albarn.
Yeah, and you know, Noel probably did it just to piss off Liam. You know, you know what I mean?
I was gonna say they decided that Liam was the real enemy.
Fucking wow. But yeah. So, what would you rate this
Oasis
album?
are such a train wreck of a. It's an 8.
Yeah, it's an 8 for me now too.
Like, at the time, I don't remember what I rated it. I think I might have rated it a 7 at the time. Because by the time I recorded that review in, like, August to September, I was pretty disappointed in the album.
I can feel you there.
So
it's an 8. It's a strong 8 because I'm liking what's happening on here, but the more I think about things, I just get annoyed by little instances, you know, like especially how, man, we dropped $20 fucking and still didn't get the full album technically. I mean, that's a little annoying. But so I guess next we're going into their most recent album, The Now Now, and let me smoke a cigarette real quick. And then we will finish this podcast off. Okay, we are rolling.
yeah.
Alright, we are back on the final album in the Gorillaz Retrospective. Man, we've been going almost 5 hours.
Jesus Christ. Probably and like to me, honestly, I love this album. It is their worst album title.
Yeah, I don't like the album title at all. The Now Now. I get it. It's all about being in the now and enjoying yourself in the now. It's the now now. It's not now. It's the now now.
No, you don't understand. It's not the now now. It's the now 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 now.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. What does the now now even mean? Like, is that all? Like, because that's kind of dumb if that's actually what it means.
Yeah, because, like, their titles have always kind of had a point. Like, especially with Humans. That title means, you know, that's a reason why there's so many collabs on there. It's the Humans, you know what I mean? Like, it's the live action part of Gorillaz. The Now Now, I don't get it. And what I do hate is we have Jack Black in the music video, but no Jack Black collaboration. Like, come on, y'all.
Yeah.
But this is cool in Gorillaz lore, though. We have Murdoch in jail, so to fill in on bass is Ace from the Gangrene Gang from Powerpuff Girls. How random and cool is that?
I love the point somebody made is like, this means that Powerpuff Girls is canon in the Gorillaz universe.
And weirdly enough, in the Powerpuff Girls movie, you could see a Gorillaz poster. I can't remember if it's in their room or where, but so already you could say Gorillaz exist in that universe.
But it's just, I mean, I guess it makes sense for how cartoony the Gorillaz universe got in Plastic Beach, in Phase 3.
Yeah.
anyway, it's a crazy thing. You would think, as disappointed as I was in Humans, you would think that I would have been not looking forward to a new Gorillaz album. But I was really looking forward to this. I was a little, worried about it, but I was really looking forward to this. And I ultimately wound up picking it up, I think, the day after it came out.
Yeah, I had bought it day one, and I believe, funny enough, man, let me see. Because this will be crazy. Oh, god damn it, come on. But yeah, I bought this day one, and, enjoyed the shit out of it. And I liked it a lot more than Humans, and still do. I've actually listened to it more over the past couple years than I have with Humans.
Yeah, this I killed this one all summer in 2018.
Oh yeah.
Because it was just I was in such a different place in the summer of 2018 where it was I was getting into all of this new music. I bought all the MGMT albums. I finished the Fleet Foxes collection, which I did during a single day. That's not a hard thing to do.
It's just a couple albums and an EP, and
they had the Barnes & Noble CD prices may be dubious, but once in a while ours down here will have a crazy sale.
Yeah, that's cool.
And they had a 40 or 50% off on the CDs.
Awesome.
So I bought both Fleet Foxes albums for the price of one.
Rad.
Or I should say I bought Crack Up and Helplessness Blues basically for the price of one CD.
Rad.
And I was more in the mood for a new Gorillaz album than I was in 2017. And honestly, I agree with you. I listened to the Now well into early 2019, and even when I on New Year's Day or New Year's Eve 2018, I even found the first The Good, the Bad, and the Queen and picked that up, and then I picked up the second one. So I was on a little this one almost started a little mini Damon Albarn kick over the next year.
True.
For me, where I tried to complete that collection and then burned myself out on him for a minute.
So what I was going to say was it's incredibly funny and weird is about this day one, but the week before, do you know what was released the week before that I also bought on day one?
I don't.
9 Inch Nails' Bad Witch. Why does it keep coming to 9 Inch Nails and Gorillaz fucking coming out around the same time?
You know what? That's another one. That's another one where I bought that. I bought that again when they were having that crazy sale. I think the original price for that album was $8. I paid $4.
Awesome.
And I remember I only bought it because it was cheap, and I put it in, and I was because I won't lie to you, I like Hesitation Marks, but I wasn't the biggest fan of it.
Yeah. I still think that EP trilogy has some of the strongest shit they've done in ages.
Yeah. And so I picked it when I picked up Bad Witch and I put it on, and it was like the jazzy electronica and like weird, like basically just flat out electronic music, and especially when you get to like God Break Down the Door.
Yeah. Like, it sounds like a brother album to that fucking last David Bowie album. Like, it sounds like a brother to that album.
Yeah, it's like Damon Albarn, or not Damon, I almost said Damon Albarn. Trent Reznor's take on, like, outside and Black Star era David Bowie.
Yeah, it's so fucking good, man. Bad Witch is phenomenal. This cyber jazz, man.
Yeah, and, like, I still need to hear Ghosts 5, what is it, Ghosts 5 and 6?
Yeah, 5 and 6, since they're free downloads, I downloaded them last week, and they're damn good.
Because I loved the first Ghosts. Like,
I'm glad he's keeping it going, man. Like, I'm like, alright.
Because I, you know, for a period of time, I guess I kind of assumed that his soundtracks were basically Ghosts 5 and 6.
Because a lot of times they do sound connected to Ghosts.
Because, like, he is so good at, like, soundtracks. Like, he did Gone Girl. He did some video game soundtracks.
Yeah, he did.
I want to say
he did the soundtrack for Ken Burns' The Vietnam War documentary.
Yeah.
Like, dude's been around. It's like, hell, most recently that Watchmen TV series.
Good old Atticus Ross is, I believe he's finally a full-time member of Nine Inch Nails.
Yeah, pretty much.
Which I think it's hilarious now because, like, Nine Inch Nails being a band was always sort of a joke.
Yeah, because it's always Trent. Like, Trent. There's Alan Moulder. I think it's Alan Moulder and Atticus Ross have always sort of been, like, the background guys. But
yeah,
those two guys are as big as collaborators within Nine Inch Nails that you can call them band members, definitely, even though they might not be on stage.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, that is wild because, like, you know, 2018 was it was weird because, like, 2018 was not, as far as, like, music that was coming out in 2018, it wasn't my favorite year. But, like, as far as newer music that I listened to in 2018, I was loving it.
Yeah, and this was too, like, I was balls deep into buying all the Zappa at this point in
oh my
2018.
God, yeah, that's right.
So it was nice to have a break from all of that. Because, like I said before, that it was nothing but Zappa from April till about September of 2018. And the only thing in between was, like, new albums that were coming out. And so it was nice to have a break in between all that.
I can imagine. Jesus.
Yeah, I went hardcore.
I cannot imagine going all in on Zappa the way you did.
I'd still say it's incredible that it took so long for me to actually get burnt out on it.
Yeah, that is like an accomplishment. But I mean, like, once you got burned out, weren't you like completely destroyed?
No, I wasn't completely destroyed. I kind of knew. I felt burnout coming, and that's when I was like, okay, the last couple albums you need are like the last bits of this live series. Fucking chill out. I need to hear some stuff that has no rock music. So that's when I dove heavy into the electronica for a while. And had to just cleanse my palate of just anything that had a rock guitar or something in it.
So yeah. So
I can't call the now. I can't call it phenomenal. What? Like, I can't call it an amazing Gorillaz album. It's just a damn good Gorillaz album that was a fantastic summer record. Came out at the perfect time. Like, summer's in full force here. Like, we're a couple days away from July.
Yeah.
Like, this is an album I kind of needed at that point. I needed something different. And for it to, like we call it, it's the apology record, because so many people complained about the collaborations, complained that, oh, it's a compilation album with Gorillaz' name on it, that this album kind of reversed all that. We only get two collabs, and they're both on the same song. Snoop Dogg.
And they're both pretty good.
Yeah, like Snoop Dogg and Jamie Principle.
And George Benson doing guitar on Humility.
Yeah. And that is great. Like,
And I think it's cool that Snoop Dogg was able to redeem himself.
yeah, because, man, he was so lame on Plastic Beach, and, like, he's not phenomenal on here, but he is much better. Like, way better.
But Snoop Dogg after 2006 is not phenomenal on anything.
Yeah, I mean, really. Until you get to Snoop Lion.
I always forget. And then he made that funk record in 2015.
Oh yeah, I need to check that out.
I owned that at one point. Like I was looking through my collection. I'm like, a couple of these records I thought I owned have just disappeared. Like, I couldn't find my copy of Eat Me, Drink Me either.
Damn.
And a part of me is like, maybe I gave them away? Did I sell them?
Damn.
Why don't I remember doing that?
And then it's like, damn, did I have them at all?
Yeah, exactly. Like, occasionally there's something where I'm like, I could have sworn I used to own this, and then I didn't.
Yeah.
I just had the file for some reason.
Right? It's so weird, especially like when you amass such a collection. Thankfully, I don't have a problem not remembering what I already have, so I'm not accidentally buying multiple copies, because there's guys on this CD group on that I'm part of on Facebook, the CD collector group. Man, there's people who are all the time accidentally buying duplicates, and so luckily I don't really run into that.
Yeah, I don't either.
I kind of always remember what I have, so thankfully. But yeah, man, I love the Now Now. It's a really fun ass record.
Yeah, it's, Humility starts, Humility is like the perfect summer track.
Yeah.
That's it. I love the music video.
Yeah, the music video is really fun. Jack Black is just being goofy as fuck.
Yeah.
Goddamn 2D skating around. Like, it's a fun ass little video. It's carefree. Like, the whole album is just carefree.
I like the lore concept of the album, which is that it's 2D. Murdoch goes to jail, and 2D basically makes a solo album.
Yeah.
Like,
because that's really
something we didn't talk about. Is like the lore was like non-existent in the Humans era.
Yeah, it's like there wasn't a whole lot of lore to behold. There's also, when with Plastic Beach, The Fall is within the lore. 2D recorded The Fall without Murdoch even knowing, and Murdoch is essentially the band leader. And
yes.
And so in a way, this is kind of like connected to The Fall in a way, but I like that 2D keeps it as the full band, but they had to get a bassist, so they get a cool, decent. I kind of like the fact that, okay, yeah, he's not necessarily just a cheap villain. This dude can also play bass, and he joins Gorillaz. Like, fucking Ace is living the dream right now.
I also like that they're like, oh yeah, no, he didn't age well since his glory days. Now he's going bald.
Yeah, Ace is rocking the skullet.
Yeah, like I love that Murdoch is supposedly this like murderous Satanist, essentially like almost metalhead type, and yet the Gorillaz album that is ostensibly his solo record, which is Plastic Beach, is basically the most pop record they've ever made.
Yeah, man, yeah.
But yeah, like, there's and like, I assume with Humans, a part of it is, like, they went so overboard on the lore with Plastic Beach.
They toned it down, yeah.
That they had to tone it back down. Like, everything about the music videos for Humans and the live appearances, it all felt very cheap.
It kind of did.
Like,
especially the interviews, like they had like interviews where it was the cartoon characters, but like the animation looked real cheap on a lot of them.
Raw, it would like rough CG, like it was cheap.
Like they looked lifeless.
Shit.
They looked fucking lifeless sitting there, man. I was like, whoa.
And I assume a part of it is probably like, because of, EMI ceased to exist in between Humans and in between Plastic Beach and Humans.
Yeah.
EMI got, I don't remember whether they went bankrupt or whether they just got subsumed by the unstoppable chimera that is Universal Music Group.
Yeah.
Or maybe more. I lose track of who owns who, but like, it's one of those things where I'm like, if the music industry made anybody any money, there would probably be a reason to like break up the monopoly, but like, nobody makes enough money for that to be a problem.
Yeah. Because the Now was released on Parlophone and
What?
Warner Brothers. The Now is released on Parlophone and Warner Brothers.
Yeah. So, like, maybe Warner Brothers was like, well, Damon Albarn, you gotta show us you can make some money before we get you that sweet, sweet music video budget money. You know?
Yeah.
But then again, maybe... And so I liked that the promos for the Now felt a lot more cared for, you know?
Yeah.
It just felt like... It's hard for me to say, like, because there is a part of me that's like, oh man, they shouldn't have just made they shouldn't have basically like been like, it's all right, you're right, we're wrong, we'll make more of a Gorillaz album, you know. There's a part of me that doesn't like that, but like by the same token, it's a much better album than Humans.
Yeah, because it's like, you want the artist to stand up and be like, no, fuck you, this is what we made. You've got to deal with it. But I do like that he essentially listened to the fans and was like, you know what, alright, we'll make something else that you might like. We'll make it more 2D. You want more fucking 2D? Here he is. But we're gonna give you fucking Snoop Dogg. I want Snoop Dogg. I don't know if you do, but I want fucking Snoop Dogg, and I'm gonna fucking have him.
I want to know why they even got Snoop Dogg, like...
Yeah, it's such a random... For some reason, it makes more sense on Plastic Beach for Snoop Dogg to be there, but it's like, okay, Damon.
Yeah.
Okay, Damon, we're gonna let you choose one big name to be on this album. Who's it gonna be? Oh, fuck. If it's gonna be only one, it's gotta be Snoop Dogg, am I right?
I think like we're voicing Damon closer to the Gallaghers than. I still think my favorite Gallagher interview is that audio of them fighting over Liam doing cocaine and getting them kicked off of a ferry. And like Liam was like, rock and roll is getting kicked off of a ferry, and Noel is like, no, it's not rock and roll, that's being an idiot.
Yeah.
But yeah, like the whole, like the thing with the Now is like, I like pretty much every track, you know?
Yeah, there's nothing I dislike.
Trans is great.
Yeah, Trans is awesome.
I really like how Hollywood like shifts. I love how like Hollywood, it becomes a completely different song for Snoop Dogg's verse.
Yeah.
Like it gets a lot more aggressive for like a couple of maybe 20 seconds.
Yeah, a couple of bars.
And then I really like Kansas City, which I forget whether I think it's Sorcerers that I like. Which one is the one that's like ba-da-ma-na, ba-na, ba-na-ma-na, da-na, ba-na-na-na, ba-na-na, da-da-da-da. Let me... It is Sorcerers.
Yeah, Sorcerers is the shit. And Lake Zurich, I really love Lake Zurich.
Yeah, Lake Zurich is probably my favorite track on there. Like, such an awesome synth funk.
Yeah, like, that's what I like about this album is the bits of new wave and synth pop, but sort of obscuring it with a little bit of a psychedelicness. I really like the electro funk going on this album.
I like Fireflies too. Magic City I like too. You know, even though I could, again, like with Rocket, I could easily be like, there's only one Magic City, Mr. Albarn, and it's the one Sun Ra wrote in 1965. And even like 1% and Sukai?
Sukai.
That sounds like a disease, like, oh, what happened to Benson? Oh, he got himself a bad case of Sukai. He'll be out for at least a month.
Yeah. Oh, fuck, Benson. Damn, you had to get the Sukai. Shit.
And I wasn't even supposed to be here today.
Yeah. Oh, but I really...
Dante is such an asshole in that movie.
Yeah, he is, dude. Like, real selfish.
Like, he gets the shit kicked out of him, but, like, when you watch the movie, it's like, you have a hard time feeling bad for Dante. It's like, you're 22 years old, and, like, you're happy to be a clerk.
Yeah.
And, like, you have a girlfriend who clearly loves you and wants the best for you, and you're gonna drop all of that for this girl who cheated on you 8 times?
Yeah, oh my god.
Like, that's a great movie, but like, that damn is that a movie where none of the characters are likable.
But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I ain't really got much else to say about the Now. No.
Yeah, I really don't either. You know, it's how do you rate it?
I give it an 8. Like, it's a damn good. It's nothing phenomenal from these guys. Like, I could easily say, oh, I've heard better, but this is definitely better than Demon Days. I mean, not Humans. It is better than
Hot
Humans.
takes from Travis Jones.
Yeah, it's much better than Humans. So really, the more I think about it, not an 8. It's a 9. It's a pretty high one. It really
it's a 9. It's a 9 for me too.
It made up for. It's one of those apology albums where I'm like, I'm happy with it. I'm happy with the apology.
Yeah, it's like I was gonna give it an 8.5, but like no, I'll just give it a 9. You know,
Yeah.
It's not as high of a 9 as like Plastic Beach for me.
Like, it's a solid ass 9. It's a great little summer record. It was just fun to get more Gorillaz that quick after Humans, and I like that it's more toned down and stripped back, and the band is the forefront of this album. You know, it's about Gorillaz and not everyone else.
Yeah, and I liked that it was a little more, it was a little bit more like the first album and The Fall.
Yeah.
That it was more sparse, and only, the band were less prominent. I will say it was not a great album cover.
Yeah, not digging the album cover. It's cool.
I almost said Demon Days. Humans didn't have a great album cover either.
Humans tried to be like Demon Days with its album cover, where you had that Let It Be kind of thing, everybody in the square boxes.
And you had those ugly photorealistic versions. Although I will say, I love how they made Murdoch look like Noel Gallagher.
They did.
Which is funny to me because I've always joked about, like, they made, like, the fact that they made Murdoch such, like, a loud-mouthed, like, asshole always reminded me of, like, the Gallagher brothers. So.
Yeah, like, for real. You almost kind of wonder if if there's a bit of that in there.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Now Now is definitely essential listening in the Gorillaz discography.
Yeah, it is. It's the only thing to me that they've put, the only two things they've put out to me that aren't essential, is Leica Come Home and The Fall.
Yeah. The Fall definitely for hardcores. Leica Come Home for morbid curiosity.
Yeah. Like a memento from a time when Gorillaz weren't the biggest virtual band in the world.
Yeah, from a time when Gorillaz probably weren't gonna be anything more than that first album.
Exactly. Exactly, and there's always like that little bit of curiosity about like something before the brand got big. It's like the Star Wars Christmas special or the Star Wars Christmas album.
There you go. Yeah.
Or even the Star Wars Disco album, although that was actually pretty good.
Oh yeah. That's I got that on vinyl. That's pretty fun.
Yeah. So how would you rate the Gorillaz discography?
The discography as a whole, throwing in the B-side albums, throwing in The Fall and all that stuff, it's a straight up 10 as a full discography. Even with Like a Come Home, you can easily just discard that. You could say, oh, it'll knock a point off or a half a point, but it is such a minuscule piece where every album has definitely tons of shit to enjoy. I think their discography as a whole, as of right now, is a full-on 10.
I'm gonna go. God, it is so hard for me. There's a part of me that wants to hand out an 8.5. But I'm feeling generous today, so I'm gonna go high, and I'm gonna give it a 9.
True.
Once again, because there is with Like a Come Home existing, with a lot of G-sides being kind of pointless.
Yeah, straight throwaway.
And with Humans being something that I'm not really looking to listen to more than twice a year.
Yeah, or even if that.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I don't think I listened to it at all in 2019.
Didn't get a play in 19, didn't get a play in 18. Hell, we had to do this retro for me to give it a play this year.
Yeah. So yeah, that's a 9 for me.
Hell yeah. So.
And hey man, I said when we started out, I said, we can start. You'll get to the point where you can be cracking those cold ones.
Yeah,
and damn if we aren't at that point.
Yeah, I still haven't cracked one open yet, but yeah, I was like, man, let's start at 6 so I can get a little tipsy while we do this. But now seeing that we did this for over 5 hours, I would have been wasted. I even told you, I was like, nah, I'm not gonna get wasted. No, I would have gotten fucking wasted by the end of this. I would have gotten completely wasted.
Your Jordana Divinorum video.
Yeah, it'd have been, or that, or the our corn video, or like by the end of our collection video this year, like I am wasted and just ready to fall asleep. Hell, by the end of the KMFDM retrospective with Nikki Virus, I am wasted. I am gone.
I can't even tell because that one has like technical difficulties
so bad.
Like we were having earlier today.
Oh man, those difficulties were fucked. I don't know if it's because she lives on the other side of the U.S. or
the internet was just not cooperating that day.
Yeah, seriously, man. I was like, damn, dude, this is a podcast I've been wanting to do for ages, and damn, we gotta have these fuck ups. But me and her are planning on part 2 pretty soon, and hopefully we have a better sound going in that one.
Because I know nothing about KMFDM after they broke up the first time.
And those are some good ass albums, man. There's a lot of good shit in that time period. But you gotta be ready. You gotta be ready for all the albums to start to kind of sound the same after How Rug. After Ho Rug, like
everybody I know tells me that.
Because like, what is it? Tohu Vabohu, it's okay. Blitz, it's okay. WTF, it's not bad. They kind of went on a little slump there for a second, but I think with Hell Yeah and Kunst and even the newest one is definitely, like, if you're a fan of the more 90s KMFDM, that one hits the mark.
Yeah, it's like, speaking of some of them long retrospectives, at some point we gotta do Fish.
Yeah.
But that's like Zappa. That is such a long discography, and I know there's a lot of Fish albums that are not all, that to me, at least to me, are not all that good.
Yeah, thankfully, Fish, it's only about like 14, 15 albums. At least it's not up in the 20s.
Yeah.
But we managed to talk about
more.
We managed to talk about 9 albums for 5 hours.
Yeah.
But that's because we had a lot of shit to say.
Yeah, I think we said a lot of what we needed to say about Gorillaz.
So true on that. So if you guys have managed to make it to this point of the podcast, I commend you, because this is long. And
you were patient.
Yeah, you were patient. So where can we find you on the internet, John?
You can find me at my YouTube channel, The Rustic Reviewer. We're thinking of changing the name.
Yeah, there you go. Mystic Spiral. Yeah, you can find our stuff right here on YouTube under Bloody Chuckle Studios, and you can find this podcast as well as our brother podcast, Fresh from the Basement, over on Horrorphilia.com as well. And sometimes...
It's on Stitcher, too.
Yeah, it's on Stitcher and Spotify. You can find them there. So, holy crap. Whoa! So, we'll see you guys later.
The only podcast that spoons the dune.
Yeah, the only podcast that spoons the dune. Y'all take it easy.